Attendance first or something else? Something else, okay. So are there any other members of council visiting with us? Okay, otherwise then we're quite ready to hear from members of the committee who wish to speak on the attendance first, if any. All right, Councillor Pasternak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do have a motion regarding ARENA, an organization that supports community inclusion for people with developmental disabilities. We're just trying to go on record that we support the current negotiations that are going on with city staff to enable the transferring of facility so that RENA can keep on with their great work. Ward 10 has a very high concentration of seniors in its TCH buildings, 6250 Bathurst, 4455 Bathurst, 750 Wilson Heights, and more mixed residences of 495 Wilson and 12 King High. As well, we also have 5 B'nai B'rith buildings, which are below market rent, also primarily seniors. When we hear from current residents, we hear about isolation, we hear about primary care, early medical interventions, medical complications. We hear about state of good repair and the condition of their units. We hear about tenants, and we hear about scooter parking. And these are sort of a snapshot of the kind of inquiries that go through the local councillor's office, through my office, and we deal with them the best we can. When it comes to antennas, there was a desire for the local community to have a say in those antennas that go on their building that are less than 15 meters. The consultation process is inadequate as it currently is federally regulated, and it's something we have to work on in the future. We used to have medical staff. I think they were general practitioners that would come to some of the buildings on a regular basis. That is no longer the case. And when it comes to isolation, we rely on social groups or social capital groups such as Unison or LumaCare or Circle of Care to come in and offer various programs. And that is something that, if that is embedded as we go forward in the seniors building strategy, I think we're going to see great success across the city. The last thing we want to do is see the isolation and deterioration of physical health plague our residents, and we want to make sure they live in secure and safe residences and that they're not in fear of either physical harm or seniors fraud. So these are kind of the themes that that going forward, I hope staff take under advisement. But in general, I think this is a very good template because the needs of seniors are unique, and by putting them into a portfolio of buildings, we can really focus on the support services that that give them the dignity they need, the respect they need, the health care they need, and the safety of housing that they need.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Others to speak? Well, if not, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory. I'll be supporting the recommendations in this report. I've been the City Councillor in Ward 43 for 12 years now. A couple of years ago, based on feedback from my residents and input, I put forward a motion asking for another seniors building in the TCHC portfolio east of Markham Road in Scarborough. There's currently, for east of Markham Road in Scarborough, there's only 3 seniors TCHC buildings. If you look in attachment 2 on that list of buildings that were originally seniors buildings that are now mixed, one at 4205 Lawrence Avenue East and 4175 Lawrence Avenue East were seniors buildings. Since they were converted, and continuously I've had complaints from residents in Eastern Scarborough about not enough seniors designated buildings. They want to continue to live on their own in their apartments in mixed buildings. I get continuous complaints from seniors about security, the state of the buildings, not appropriate for seniors to be in them. And one of the other items on the agenda today deals with Wheel-Trans. And one of the largest complaints I get from seniors that use Wheel-Trans in apartment buildings, often they have trouble getting out of their apartment. The elevators, trying to get Wheel-Trans, they get down there. Wheel-Trans waits for 5 minutes, and then they leave. And you get it's 2 strikes and you're out. And then you have to appeal to get Wheel-Trans service, which is one of the loudest complaints I get from seniors. They talk about security, some of the other social issues in the buildings, and they feel they would be much more secure, much more acceptable lifestyle if they had a seniors-only building. So I look forward to seeing the recommendations in this report coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
Thank you. I want to thank staff for bringing what I believe it's part 2 of a report that we had just a few months ago on tenants first. And I definitely think that we're moving in the right direction and right in tune with what the title of this report is all about, which is about tenants first. What we're doing in here is understanding that we have a corporation that has 58,000 units, but we have tenants that are very diverse and that have very diverse needs. And what we're trying to do as a city is work with our corporation in bringing the support services that don't necessarily have to be done by TCHC, but they have to be done in the TCHC buildings to support our tenants. So when we're talking about supportive housing that we're doing with so many of our rooming houses, for example, and bringing some of the nonprofits to provide support services for our tenants, as we're doing in here today with our seniors housing to make sure we have a unit inside the city to provide those support services for our tenants, and with other tenants as well, that we need to ensure that we have housing that is well maintained, well kept, but that we as a city don't leave all this work just to be done by a corporation, but that we come together as a city and saying, here's all the other support services that it's needed through other kinds of departments and other agencies and other levels of government, but that we make sure that our tenants have access to those support service, because that's the only way that we're going to be ensuring that they succeed. And I think that's the direction where Tenants First is taking us, is acknowledging that we have 110,000 residents that live at TCHC that are very diverse, and that we need to acknowledge that diversity and provide the different services as a city that they need in order for them to succeed. So thank you, staff, for this part 2 of this Tenants First, and looking forward to have it coming back in 2019 with the financial tools that we need, with the approach and the advice that we need to ensure that we continue to put tenants first and service the tenants at TCHC, and also leverage that asset to create even more housing in our city.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I just want to also commend staff with their report. You know, most of the deputants have basically said we live in changing times. We have to cope with the change of growing demand for senior services simply because the aging population is increasing. And I'm quite optimistic that there will be some innovative changes that are made both in the healthcare system. I know I attended some meetings last week where there was a woman, I can't remember her full name. She was with the Central Lynn organization, and she was talking about all sorts of innovative ways of communicating with seniors and trying to convey the kind of information that they need to have. I had one gentleman say, you know, we're looking at better technology to try and basically deliver services. They're talking about programming refrigerators so that people can sort of order food right from their home and it'll be delivered. One person even commented on using drones to deliver the food, which just is kind of, you know, mind-shattering. I'm very optimistic that some very interesting things will be done in the next decade. So I just want to sort of add my support to making sure that we try to implement some of the recommendations here. I mean, it's one thing to have 27 recommendations, but the key is to sort of prioritize implementation to try and maximize the effect that we can have on the most seniors in the short term. And, you know, implementation is where it's at. I always say, like, you can, that's where 95% of the solution is. So I'm hopeful over the next 3 to 4 years, we can in fact implement some of the recommendations being put forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Giorgio. Any other speakers? Okay. Well, I'll just say a word because I'm going to introduce as well on behalf of Councillor Fragedakis this motion that will be put up in front of you shortly. And it just adds in consideration of a pilot project for the building she referred to, Greenwood Towers at 145 Strathmore, and other possible locations for consideration by the staff. And I concur in what she said. These are buildings that have had some very unfortunate episodes take place in them, and really it just draws attention to some of the issues that exist inside the building that go beyond these fire incidents, and that this would be a good place to look at what I think is the real important step forward of this report, which is the first one really dealt with kind of more, I'll call it the legalities and the structuring of how you'd have a separate seniors structure, and that's maybe some of what Councillor Fletcher was referring to earlier on. This one deals more with, I think, what is really at the heart of this, which isn't so much creating a separate legal entity, but rather how are we going to deliver wraparound services to the seniors, because right now they do face a labyrinth of what seems like sometimes an obstacle course. And I'm heartened by the fact this report is the one that contains reference to the fact there might be an entity established for the city as a whole to actually coordinate this and do a much better job of delivering the services to people as opposed to having the silos that we so often have. So I just strongly support this report, and like the other councillors, I thank the staff for all their hard work. I mean, it really has been a very complicated task coming out of the Eagleton Task Force, but I think very necessary work, subject to some fine tuning, obviously, but we're at least in a chance, at least in having an opportunity to proceed ahead now. So, with those two things having been said, unless there's anyone else, I would move to consideration of the two amendments we have. The first being from Councillor Pasternak, which is 165 Elm Ridge being transferred to RENA, et cetera, and you have that in front of you. And I'm ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the second motion, which is the one I moved on behalf of, but I moved it quite happily on behalf of Councillor Fragedakis, is the one to do with Greenwood Towers and a strategic pilot project for the seniors. And I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have, and perhaps we'll have a recorded vote on the item as amended.
Right. All those in favor of item as amended? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Balau, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Holliday, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? The motion moves unanimously.
Thank you. So that would move us along then to item EX 34.5, Scarborough Waterfront Project. Now, we do have 19, I guess 18 deputants here. And some of them even have some of the same family names, and that could mean nothing. But if there's opportunities for, sometimes you could even have people, I suppose, in the same family with different points of view. But if there's any opportunity to consolidate the 19 people, you know, where people come up two at a time, and I'll give a little bit of latitude on the time. It just helps us to keep moving along, because I'm sure there'll be speakers as well. But it's an important item, and we'll get right into the deputations. And number one on the list is Mr. William Sheehan. Good afternoon, sir. You're most welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Excuse my nervousness.
Nothing to be nervous about, sir.
Well, I was expecting more time. It's been a long time since I've done something like this. And so I did a big presentation, and then I got here, it's only 3 minutes. So I whittled it down. I'll
tell you what I do, because you're explaining that, is you were already 19 seconds in. I'll start the clock over again.
Okay,
so you have a 19-second bonus for nervousness, and you can carry on now.
Thank you. The Executive Committee should reject TRCA's EA submission and instead support Metro's 1989 Master Plan for East Point Park. At minimum, the committee should reject that part of TRCA's EA that pertains to East Point Park Presently, the submission aims to preserve at East Point Park a condition which TRCA has already called on page 139 of the draft EA an unacceptable risk to public safety. The 1989 master plan, however, would eliminate that. The EA Act and TPAP already support the kind of remediation the master plan would provide. Moreover, paraphrasing, the submission's draft on which the submitted EA was based, if the 1989 master plan was not implemented at East Point Park, then something like the master plan would have to be implemented. Thank you.
Sir, you had nothing to worry about. You used 1 minute of your 3.
It's my understanding that you've all been distributed copies of my longer.
We have indeed, and we thank you for that very much. And that will be part of the record as well, and we'll have a look at it, of course. Are there any questions of the deputant? All right. Well, I thank you very much for being here today, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Roy Wright. Wright, good day.
Hello. My name is Roy Wright. I've been living along the Scarborough waterfront for 50 years. There's a beautiful 2.5-mile wide beach to East Point Park. It's the only beach, it's the last beach left in the city of Toronto. It's something to be cherished, and I think could I have everyone's attention? This is important because it's a matter of, do we sacrifice a shoreline or not? This is the big question. We can all agree a waterfront trail is great, all of it, 100%. But the problem is at what cost? If there's a beach, which there is, would you soon have the beach, a beautiful, healthy beach that everyone uses? It allows the only access for people to use it for boating and swimming and all the things that people go to a beach for. We have this beach. Do we want a road there or do we want a beach? People in Scarborough, over 1,000 people supporting us that they don't want this beach destroyed. So, Councillor De Beermaker gave a motion that with several amendments, and one of them was to save the beach and the other was to reclaim a beach. And I talked to Councillor Crawford, and he says he agrees with the idea of saving a beach. So I would like the rest of this committee here today to agree that we should at least save the beach because there are alternate routes right around the beach. Yeah. Just so you know what I'm talking about. This is the natural 12,000-year-old shoreline. We're proud of it, and Toronto should be proud of it. I walked the beach just yesterday with my wife. People are loving it down there because they have access to the water. It's a beach. So the question is, the waterfront roadway that comes along here, do you destroy the beach and destroy the hiking path? Or do you come along and then just go along parallel to the beach, but only on the tableland where it meets up with the trail. So what I'm saying is we should keep the beach. The councillors seem to be saying this, so I want to make a very specific amendment, and I'd appreciate it if you would take note. It's based on Councillor De Beermaker and Crawford. So Amendment 1, along the eastern sector of the project, conserve all of the existing sandy beaches in their present state. That's what I'm asking, to be that specific, because the devil's in the details. Number 2, along the hardened Guildwood shoreline, that means that the roadway creates a hardened shoreline. No one can use it for swimming or boating or any pleasure. And this is a big, beautiful lake. The people should be able to use the lake.
How many of these amendments do you have? Because you're sort of over time now, and we're just going to let you finish up. Yeah.
Okay, let me just finish this.
All right.
Motion, it's one sentence.
No problem.
This is motion number 2. Along the hardened Guild Park shoreline, construct a headland feature to facilitate a reclaimed sandy beach with a boat docking facility. These are based on Councillor De Beermaker's. So I would really appreciate if the people here today would say that, yes, a beach is worth saving, or it's disposable. Because if you approve this today, this whole shoreline is going to be eventually destroyed, because every few years they build a bit more road.
All right. Well, on that note, Mr. Wright, well, thank you. There may be some questions, but we thank you very much. And then we do have some questions, starting with our visiting member, Deputy Mayor DeBaremaker.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Roy, thank you very much for coming in today. And if you want to sit, feel free to sit, or sit, whatever is best for you. But so in terms of this large project, would you agree with me that now most of, would you agree that you're happy that the mouth of Highland Creek has been left in its natural state?
At Highland Creek?
Yes, the mouth of Highland Creek by the incinerator.
Yeah, I think so. Why?
Oh, okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm so concentrated on saving this beautiful beach.
Well, that beautiful beach is part of a bigger beautiful beach, correct?
Oh, yeah, it continues. Oh,
So we've saved.
That is great.
Right, so we've saved the mouth of Highland Creek, the beach.
Yes.
And we've saved the beach over at the East Point Park. What with the TRCA proposal is, it hasn't saved the sandy beach at Grey Abbey Trail, or well, Grey Abbey Park, I'll call it.
Why would they destroy it then? When there's a route around it, instead of going along the beach, you go above the beach.
Right, so you agree we've saved a lot of the beach, but not all of the beach?
No, I don't. The
Yes,
best
I'm
part.
on your side. I'm just trying to help Mr. Roy
I'm really glad.
talk to us. So please, I don't think he needs help from the audience. This is his time. If you want to speak later, you'll have your time. But if you can respect the speaker, then just leave him be. So Roy, I'm just saying, so you're suggesting to us that instead of, I'll call it paving over the bottom of the bluffs, we could take the trail to the top of the bluffs.
Thank you, yeah.
And you would be happy.
Yeah.
And many of us would be happy.
Yes.
And the beach would still be sandy, and many people would be happy to go on a sandy beach, correct?
Access to the water, yeah.
And I just want to clarify, because some of the report says, well, maybe in 40 to 60 years from now, there will be erosion there, and that could endanger some of the houses and the road and the park.
That is false information. I've lived here so long, I've dealt with erosion, I've done erosion control works myself. If in, let's say, 100 years' time, there's a road close to the road,
Yes.
and they have to do some work, they can do it in a very short period of time. In fact, a week. They just cap it. It's a.
So if Councillor Crawford moves
in other
a
words,
motion-
it can be saved any time. If erosion ever became a problem, and Glenn, as you know, it doesn't matter what you do to the waterfront, you're not going to stop erosion. It's happening all across where the roadway is.
So if Councillor Crawford moves a motion to that effect, that we do further analysis, that we try to protect that sandy beach, that maybe in 20 or 40 or 60 or 80 years from now, maybe in 60 or 80 years from now, we'll have to do something. But right now, your observation is you don't think it needs to be done right now, certainly?
No.
Not in the next decade or 3 or 4?
No, but even in 100 years, you don't need a beach to fix it. You do a top fill method. The method the Conservation Authority uses, the method I use, the method the Conservation Authority used last week in the Grey Abbey Valley.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor DeBaremaker. And I had Councillor Robinson for questions on this deputy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would just ask you about shoreline hardening. If you look at international examples, even local, national examples, are municipalities and cities hardening shorelines? Are they trying to softening them at this day and age?
There's lots of examples where they have hardened them, realize it was a mistake years later, and now going back to softening them, like it does nothing for erosion, for instance. So I think that would answer your question. The fact that I'm making is that you don't need to destroy a sandy beach in the first place when there's an alternate route.
So you would like to see this preserved?
Oh, absolutely, it should be. It is supposed to be under all kinds of policies, ESA, ASA. It's supposed to be a protected beach, and we trusted the TRCA to enforce those policies. But they're the very ones that aren't conserving this beach. It's up to the public, obviously, to fight hard to try and save this beach. And I'm telling you, it's the only place that people can come and safely use the water. Once this waterfront is totally hardened, there is no access for the public to use the water. Like, how foolish for this beautiful freshwater lake when you can't use the water.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. We had Councillor Crawford, Councillor McMahon. I assumed you'd be putting your hand up at some point, Councillor Ainsley. So Councillors Crawford, McMahon, and Ainsley next.
Thank you, Roy. And by the way, thank you for your advocacy over the last number of years on this. So I'm just, again, just picking up where Councillor de Beermaker was talking about. I know you had conversations with him. He'd brought a motion to the TRCA when it was first, when it actually went to the TRCA. So, and this is, I will be moving a motion just to let you know, but I just want to make sure that you're fine with how it's going to be, I guess, worded that. And it's about maximizing, maintaining, and creating new sandy shorelines, including, and what's key is we want to do a further review of the key sand shorelines, such as the Grey Abbey. So this will actually have, the conversation isn't over yet. I think you would agree that your concern, of course, is that the conversation is over, and this is a done deal.
Yeah, because
Okay, so that is your concern. I'm assuming it's going to be some of the other deputants. This motion, or what I'm hoping to move, will continue the conversation, and there will be those opportunities to work with communities and individuals as we move forward as part of the process. So you're comfortable with continuing to move forward and trying to get to what we all feel is the best outcome for all the residents.
I appreciate that very much, Councillor Crawford. What I'm afraid of, this is just another check towards the approval of destroying this whole beach, because after today, if you people don't, if the council doesn't approve of the two amendments that I mentioned, it's going to go now to the Ministry of the Environment, and in other words, it's going to carry on, and they'll approve it, so it would only be a matter of time before the project is done. That's why it's important that the council has to tell the TRCA, give them direction to say, no, we have a beautiful beach and we want to save it. So figure out a way to go around it. And that's easy to figure. It's already here.
Well, I can tell you that I totally agree with you, and I'll be working with my colleagues to ensure that happens.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming down with your great graphics. It's great for us to see that. So there was a consultation on this, right?
A what?
There was community consultation on this?
Well, there was a process of consultation, 3 what they call PIC meetings, public information meetings. I've attended every meeting, and the public and every meeting was against it. In fact, the second meeting, someone came in with a petition of 500 names saying, do not destroy the beach. And since then, of course, we got together and said, well, who wants to destroy the beach? No one does. So it's just grown. There's over 1,000 people now. So a consultation isn't like they're going to listen to the public. They're telling us what to do. From day one, they presented us with a choice of leave as is, they said. In other words, do nothing, or they could pave the whole roadway in. Well, in other words, it's an option, and it's still an option. If the option from day one was to leave as is, then pursue that option, conserve the beach. And I don't know why they've changed their option when the public definitely gave them a signal. Well, we've given them many signals that we do not want this destroyed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Wright, do you know how much that area, so the area above the Grey Abbey Beach, the bluffs along there, do you know how much it erodes each year?
Yes, I live there. I've lived there for 50 years. I walk it almost every day.
Okay, and how much does it erode?
I've seen the reports, because we're talking about a general area. It erodes about, let's say, maximum a foot a year, or a third of a meter.
Okay, because the TRCA reports, they say it erodes 3 to 4 feet a year. So
No, they don't. I read the report. 1/3 of a meter. I read the EA report, which is about a foot. And I know this because I live there. In fact, I've experienced that part.
right, so if it's even eroding at the level that you say it is,
Yes.
in the next 40 years,
Right.
it's going to eat well into Morningside, into Grey Abbey Park above, correct?
Well, it would take about 100 years. I mean, I don't know the exact distance, we're talking about 150 feet to go. At a foot a year, let's say that's 150 years. And as I've already mentioned, if it became a problem with the mains, then you fix it. It's a quick fix.
Right, so that's one of the things that we're looking at doing through this process is fixing that erosion to maintain the shoreline, correct?
No, there isn't an erosion problem. And if there was a roadway in front of this beach, it wouldn't stop any erosion that's going to happen anyway. It's a false argument to say that putting a roadway down here is going to stop the erosion, because the worst erosion is where the roadway has been put in. Like anybody knows it. Well, any engineer would know that.
So
the road does not stop the erosion. Only capping it stops the erosion.
Right, so even if we don't put a road at the bottom, if we did some type of shoreline protection like they've done at Sylvan Park.
Exactly. I'm glad you're bringing that up, because this needs no shoreline protection. It's been looking after itself for 12,000 years. It's self-sustaining, and that's the beautiful part, and it's self-maintaining. If they decide to put a roadway, that means there's going to be all kinds of money spent, not only destroying these expensive headlands that the city's already paid for, but yeah.
Well, Mr. Wright, even you said a few minutes ago that it's eroding at 1 to 2 feet a year, which is in the report, right? If it continues that way for the next 40 years, it's going to go well into Grey Abbey Park.
Yes.
Right. The reason that you have that beach down where it is today is because of the erosion that's taken place. That's why we have the center island, the islands in the Toronto Harbor.
That is true.
That was all part of Scarborough Bluffs originally, correct?
That's true.
So you agree we have to do something?
No, you do nothing.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
And thank you for never showing up at any of the meetings, sir, or meeting with anybody that's concerned about this waterfront.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Are there other councillors wishing to ask questions on this? Well, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time, Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
Barbara Wolosuk and Andrea Wolosuk. I don't know if I pronounced the name improperly. If I haven't, I apologize. Now, are Barbara and Andrea going to make a presentation together or separately, or how is that going to work? Separately, okay. So you are Barbara? I'm Barbara. Thank you for being here. And if you would like to proceed with your 3 minutes, we'd be happy to hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Executive Council. I don't know how many of you have actually walked the beaches that I'm actually going to be talking about. The Scarborough Bluffs and their beaches are an unparalleled treasure. They are the envy of landlocked cities around the whole world. There are many places that don't have such beaches. The area offers us a true nature getaway with absolutely astounding vistas. I feel so blessed and privileged to be in such a spectacular environment. And there is no rationale from my perspective that could justify the destruction of such a rare and unique heritage shoreline. It is unconscionable. MTR says it wishes to create a waterfront haven for all. We already have a waterfront haven for all. There is absolutely nothing to create. Mother Nature has created its very best. I am all in favor of creating accessibility to the water for all, but make it a beachfront experience. Let the public experience the last true pristine shoreline. We all know that Toronto's population is increasing year by year. Councillor Pasternak mentioned the exponential increase. Many of Toronto's beaches are overpopulated in the summer season. With global warming and increasingly sweltering summers, residents want to find respite waiting along a cool sand beach, rather than sizzling on a black concrete path swathed by huge boulders and headlands that offer no reprieve from the heat. These headlands are void of any type of vegetation or trees where people can take shelter, and they are as user-unfriendly as the cobblestone beaches with their ankle-twisting boulders. The health of Lake Ontario is under threat from a number of factors, including hardened shorelines. It is known to lessen the number of organisms and lower biodiversity. We need to maintain the natural shoreline that exists, the dynamics, the healthy sand movement, and the healthy shoreline habitat. Birds, plants, and animals that call beaches their home need to have their environment preserved. On several occasions, I have witnessed poor snapping turtles tossed around in the waves against the armor stone walls, trying in vain to get to a natural shoreline, but unable to do so. These are a species at risk. We need to stop any construction that will disrupt the balance of forces that shape our coastline. Yes, I do realize that cyclists would love to have a continuous cycling trail along the waterfront, but there are oodles of other options to regain access to the waterfront. There are simply places that need to be left undisturbed. I live on the bluffs that you're talking about, Mr. Ainsley, and I am not concerned one bit. My house is on that very bluff. I am simply appalled that you would think that we would need to run over natural paved beach.
Ma'am, what we do here is we address comments to the chair, and
All
we
right,
don't.
sorry.
Thank you.
I'm getting upset. The rush to save this.
All right, and I'd ask you to wrap up now too, because you're just a few seconds away from the end. So.
Okay, the rush to save this pristine shoreline without consideration of better options is unjustified. We need to pull up our kayaks, windsurfers, paddleboards. Let our children wade into the waters and swim. Let families enjoy weekend picnics on the beach. Let our wildlife not be impeded.
Okay.
Can I just say one more
Last
thing?
sentence.
I'm hoping today that executive committee members have taken to heart my concerns. Please do what's right for our environment, our children, and for generations to come. Please do not prioritize a corporate and political agenda.
Oh, okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Were there any questions of that deputy? Maybe too late. All right then. Andrea Woloschuk. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Dear executive members, I'm here today to convince you to preserve the Scarborough Bluffs and a stunningly beautiful beach that runs from the Guild Inn to East Point Park. Our population is booming and our infrastructure is struggling to keep up with the development occurring around us. Urban parks are part of the city's essential infrastructure, but our green spaces are rapidly being depleted. And green space is what we need most in today's hectic and chaotic world. We need to preserve it. Nature is vital to a person's mental and physical well-being, alleviating anxiety, depression, stress, etc. Forget the asphalt, the pavement, the concrete. Enough of our green space is already occupied by such. It saddens and angers me to think that a few people who may have never even walked the length of this shoreline can make decisions to ultimately destroy this beach area forever. We don't want a paved shoreline with armor stones, rock jetties, boulder beaches. So many of the constituents have voiced their concerns and are against shoreline hardening. Countless of others are still unaware of the proposed project, as I continue to meet all sorts of people who are utterly dismayed to hear of this plan. MTRCA has a mandate to conserve and preserve, and there is nothing more that you can do to make this beach area more beautiful, more pristine, and more natural. You need to keep it this way. I can tell you, when I look at the beach from the top of the bluffs, I feel lucky to be immersed in such a wonderful landscape. It parallels the beauty of some of the world's top beaches. You could save the taxpayers millions of dollars in construction and millions of dollars for continual yearly maintenance by leaving the beach as is. The money would be better spent on our ever-growing senior population, health, and education. Instead, create a beautiful headland at the bottom of the Guild Inn or East Point Park with trees and picnic tables. Everyone then, including cyclists and handicapped, can come down and enjoy. Ashbridges Bay, Bluffers Park, Frenchman's Bay are jammed to capacity in the summer months, where people flock to the beach in the hot weather. They lie on the summer towels, they sit on their beach chairs, they use their kayaks and windsurfers and have picnics on the sand. MTRCA's proposed project would destroy the beach and deny the public this use. Please don't tell me that this project is necessary to prevent erosion of the bluffs. We are well aware that the bluffs continue to erode and landslides continue to be a problem, and parking lots and tennis courts have disappeared west of the Guild Inn, where the shoreline has already been hardened by MTRCA. I must add that in the areas that have been hardened, there is all sorts of debris in the water that creates hazards for anyone entering the water. Many American federal and state agencies are doing research to understand the full effects of hard shoreline stabilization. And because of what they're finding, these practices are being phased out. I wonder what we might be adding to our drinking water by adding tons of contaminated rubble to our lake.
Just have to
I
ask
wonder
you
how our
to-
fish and wildlife will be impacted by 15 years of construction.
If you could come
I
to a
want-
conclusion now, that would be great. Thank you.
I could just one
Well,
more
we're
thing.
just, yeah,
I
we're-
want future generations to be able to enjoy this beach. Please don't demoralize our shoreline by hardening it. Let's create a beautiful beachfront experience for all Torontonians.
Thank you. All right. Any questions? Going once, going twice. Okay. Mr. Gerard T. Arbour is next. Okay, there we go, sir. We have 3 minutes.
You can read that, but, okay, my name is Gerard Arbour. I have lived in the Bluffs for 25 years. Due to the shortened time, I'll try to cut to the point as much as I can. With respect to Grey Abbey Beach, what Roy said. Losing Grey Abbey Beach should not be the price paid for increased public accessibility, and some better sense of balance can be reached between saving that beach and erosion control measures well down in the future. I hope that gets considered. Next up, I'd like to talk about the bottleneck effect that we have at Brimley Road. Often on weekends, access to Bluffers Park is closed at around 10 a.m. Everything possible should be done to hasten and improve access to Bluffers Park as soon as possible. A significant investment which may facilitate that in the future is a purchase of a Havanat Motel, which is an eyesore and a blight on the Kingston Road horizon, has been for many years. Now, I commute to my office every day, and it's unusual for me not to see police, EMS, or even forensics there. It's a pretty sad story. Purchasing of this particular property right at the top of Brimley Road, which is the gateway to Bluffers Park, will make better access down the road, perhaps with a shuttle bus service. Could be an information share. Once Bike Share Toronto comes to Scarborough, it'll be very welcome here. That would be a good hub for it. Limitations in municipal planning from decades ago. The Scarborough waterfront was built in the 50s. It's already at capacity. Narrow dead-end streets and lack of available parking are not being appreciated as limiting factors for accommodating overcrowding. There's issues to be considered with respect to sufficient parking, enforcement staff, parking enforcement bylaw officers, police and wildlife control for distressed animals out of their natural corridors as a result of this pathway that's being built along the base of the bluffs. Surely there will be more thought for local infrastructure and management for bathroom amenities, garbage disposal, parks maintenance, orderly and safe visitor conduct, as well as animal welfare. Growing trend of porta potties and municipal garbage bins at the top of bluff-top parks is more suitable for a carnival than long-term placements, a weekend carnival. Scarborough residents deserve better. Now, with this, I'm going to try to show the bluff-top parks, sign, everywhere a sign. Imagine this in a row times 20. That's how many signs there are at Scarborough Crescent Park. Porta potties next to a playground. Garbage bins right next to a beautiful structure in Guild Park. That's from last year. This is the entrance to Guild Park from the parking lot from last year. Sign, everywhere signs, blocking out the scenery, ... That's how the song goes.
All right, I'll just ask you on that note, just to maybe show us one more picture, and then we'll have to wrap up.
All right.
Time's up.
Bluffs Road, this is this year. Fishley Drive Erosion Control Project. I was on that steering committee in the 90s. This has been shoreline hardened for over 20 years. Bluffs Road, landslides happen, and if you see the bottom of that, that is the pathway at the base of Fishley Drive in the erosion control project. That is about 8 feet of material and trees. The whole slope, 70 feet high, has dropped onto that. So in closing, build it and they will come. People have already have come, and we're having trouble accommodating them, and there better be a good insurance policy for the people walking along the base of the bluffs.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
The questions of the deputant? Yes, Councillor Berwick.
I thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. I don't think we've met, but I just say, as a lifelong resident who's grew up and down the beaches and all of that stuff, would you agree with me, like when I was at Cathedral Bluffs last time, there were all those ugly fences there and the snow fencing and everything.
That's Scarborough Crescent Park, yeah.
And despite those signs everywhere, I saw charming young students in their 20s with backpacks on, walk past all the signs, and then they helped each other over the fence to go to the very edge of the Cathedral Bluffs where they could have died. So
Correct.
if we don't put up the signs, and I agree with you, it is, I'll call it sinfully ugly, to have a fence on the top of the majestic Scarborough Bluffs. But if we don't do that and say your son or daughter had fallen off the bluffs and died, wouldn't you think you'd be the first one to sue the city or their parents? Maybe not you because you're a reasonable person.
Sure, but
the idiots who climb over the fence and walk out onto the pinnacle of the Cathedral Bluffs, putting their own lives in danger, would you agree with me that those would be the first, that's the type of person who'd sue us as fast as they hit the bottom?
Well, bylaw enforcement officer would be a good idea. They would sign. They could also sue if there was not in the language of their natural tongue. So we could have more signs with different languages as well. But I think I'm just talking about a reasonable number of signs and visibility of them versus what we're seeing there.
Right, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sure, are you aware, like I am, that we started off with, I'll say, very few signs, and we used to have those wooden fences that were 2.5 feet high that you and I could almost walk over, you know, and we've had to escalate it up and up and up, not because we want to make the bluffs ugly, but because people, human beings, keep ignoring all those signs and the fence. I mean, now we have fences up, but we need guard. We need, and in terms of the number of police officers we would need, wouldn't you agree that the length of the bluffs, we would need dozens of police officers at the top of the bluffs to stop people? You couldn't just put them.
And you will need a lot more fences, and you have to stop people from climbing the bluffs on the bottom. You can put signs down there too. But if there was a public education campaign to stop people from doing that, that would be a good idea.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, would you agree with me? You know, we have the Catholic high school up at the top of the top of the hill. They don't allow us to let the public in there to park any cars. If we could park 200 or 300 cars in their parking lot, even if we paid them for it, do you think that would help alleviate some of the congestion that you and I probably experience when we try to go down there?
Great idea.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bearmaker. And any other questions? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Arbour. Just a couple questions. So I wasn't clear in your deputation. Do you support the Scarborough Waterfront project? It's a big project, and you were talking about a few certain aspects of it. Do you support the project, or you don't support that? I just want to get a clarification on that.
I think we've talked about, I support the Scarborough Waterfront project. There's a lot of parts of it that need some adjustment.
I agree, and of course, as I mentioned to Roy, you'll support a motion or agree that a motion needs to be put in place to further review the key sandy shorelines like Grey Abbey. We need to continue that conversation because we don't feel that we're finished that conversation. So you're supportive of that, okay?
Yeah, well, my concern is that this is already at Executive Council and Executive Committee, and there's been numerous opportunities to have these motions passed when we're during the consulting phase. But yes, I agree with that.
Okay, and then again, we'll talk about this when we get to questions. Just noticing my time, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it's been.
I didn't, but it was just.
I won't use 3 minutes. But again, part of the process today is that we are, or council will here as part of it, support or not support an EA. Now that EA has to go off to the province and they can determine whether or not they support this. So this is just sort of one part of the process that we move forward to, and it also went to TRCA. Now, I just really want to focus more on, you mentioned about the bottleneck, and you're right, Bluffers Park, when you're looking at access, that's it. There are a few illegal places you can get down, but Bluffers Park is the only way we can actually get down. And now I guess you're aware that we just started TTC service down there.
Yep, Saturdays,
so hopefully
Sundays, and holidays.
That's hopefully, and it will hopefully go to full-time once the,
Let's hope so.
But you mentioned Have an App, and I'm just wondering, so your comments, first of all, this whole idea of Have an App and purchasing and all that, did you bring that to the EA process? Were they aware of this idea at all as we went through that 2 or 3
It's a recent idea that's come up for a number of people who have been discussing it.
Okay. So, and I was getting the sense from your comments about a Haven app that was this as much about trying to get rid of the Haven app, which is, and I don't know if people are aware, it's an iconic, unfortunately iconic motel that doesn't have a good reputation, but part of this idea was to actually get rid of the Haven app, I'm assuming, as well as trying to deal with the bottleneck?
Get rid of the Haven app. It's about an opportunity. There's $170 million in this process that is proposed. Here is a great opportunity to produce a gateway to the bottom of the bluffs. I don't think, ideally, the Haven app, the nonsense that goes there on a regular basis, Councillor, you're very aware of it. It's in the news all the time. But I don't think it's our ideal gateway to Bluffers Park. It is a great opportunity for the city to make an municipal investment on Kingston Road. It's a great investment or opportunity to have a shuttle bus service, to have an information center, an education center, a retail center to sell Scarborough, whatever.
So the reason I was asking, because, and you're right, everything you mentioned, but the complexity of some of them, and I won't get into the details because I don't have a lot of time, I want to ask one more question, but even just zoning, there's a lot of complex things that will be happening.
You're purchasing the East Motel right now, that's in the process.
Yeah.
This is just another idea.
So, but also, weren't you, you probably aren't aware, but there's actually a private sale about to take place with the Haven app. I've been working closely with a developer who is looking at actually purchasing the Haven app. And part of that is, the first thing they're going to do is just take it down. So that's actually happening right now.
Sorry.
So again, it hasn't happened yet, but I just wanted to make you aware that we're in fact looking to purchase the Haven app and take that off Kingston Road.
Well, that's great. I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas, Councillor.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I appreciate them.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Wherever.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crawford. Any other questions of the deputant? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sherry Lang, Toronto Wind Action. I'm fine, Ms. Lang. Thank you for coming. We have 3 minutes on the clock for you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Executive Council. The last time I deputed over at the TRCA, I had a nice PowerPoint, but I got to slide number 2, so we'll just bypass that. You have some paperwork in front of you, and I hope you've had a chance to browse through it either before the meeting or right now. I'll address my comments, if you don't mind, to the flaws that I perceive in the process that I was participating in as an interested individual and as a community member, community activist. The EA that has been presented to you is presented as a preferred plan. Many people question the use of that word preferred by whom? It is not preferred by the community, as you've already heard. Well over 1,000, we've never heard a comment in our personal experience that is in favor of paving the last natural remaining shoreline of Toronto. It's a jewel of Toronto. It's really a statement for the future, in my view, of how we feel about the City of Toronto's environmental commitment. If we decide today that, it's 20 years in the making, we won't have the money to do it, or for whatever reason we put it off to the future, today is an opportunity to endorse that we appreciate sandy beaches in the City of Toronto, which I know we do. So I'd just like to also point out that I was at many of the meetings, and universally, within 98% of the people speaking to the issue, they were not in favor of the beach being paved or created into a service road or hardscaped. Hardscaping is a term that we've all become very familiar with. It is universally considered something that shoreline communities are now disengaging from. They are unhardening, even in Conestoga. Various conservation boards across Ontario are looking at ways to unharden or soften their approaches to erosion. It doesn't work. The erosion is a dynamic process and it moves around. The other thing I just wanted to mention is the cost, and what I feel I live about 4 blocks from the beach, and it's very concerning that the community would have to suffer 12 to 15 years of C&D, construction and demolition debris, which contains arsenic, lead, cadmium, PCBs. You can't scrub that stuff out. They call it clean fill, but that stuff is still there, as we know from studies from the Leslie Spit. So, do we want another Leslie Spit in Toronto? Personally, I don't want another Leslie Spit. I also think there are creative solutions to trailblazing and trail making that have not possibly been addressed in this plan. I would love to see all of that readdressed. I don't think that's going to happen, but save our beaches, absolutely. So that's my position, and as Roy has mentioned, this has long legs. We will have other avenues. I would like to thank Councillor Crawford and DeBaremaker for their interest in meeting with community members. I'm really deeply appreciative of that. So that's my statement. Don't make another Leslie Spit, please, I beg you. And keep our beautiful, beautiful beach. You have to come and see it. It is remarkable. We have visitors coming from the UK, and they say, oh, did you come to see, we're down there a lot. Did you come to see the bluffs? No, they say, we came to see the beach. And there they are, and
All right.
no matter what the weather.
And we thank you on that positive note. We'll ask you to conclude, and thank you very much for being here, and we'll see if there's any questions. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, you have a question, Councillor Robinson.
We're the group that spearheaded the fight against the offshore turbines that were planned from the Leslie Spit all the way up to Ajax, and we got 5 moratoria votes, starting with the TRCA. They were our first moratoria vote, so we're very grateful to them for that. And we ended up with an offshore moratorium, which is now the really studied around the world as 20% of the world's remaining fresh water. So that's the group that is, we do a lot of community activism under that title. Yes.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Fine, then we'll move on. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Robin Packwing. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. You're most welcome. You're most welcome here, and you have 3 minutes.
See it, if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll get on the screens, but
I can? Okay, I'll have AV to do that, please. But,
place it right on there. There we go. Got it. Very good. All right, we'll start the clock now, and we thank you for coming.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Robin Peking, and I am speaking to you as a representative of the growing community of Great Lakes surfers. Although the sport of surfing may not seem like a priority to policy and decision makers of Toronto, I do wish to mention that there are currently over 3,000 individual surfers in the Greater Toronto Area, and more found within Southern Ontario along all of the shores of the Lower Great Lakes. Some of us have been surfing locally here in Toronto for over 25 years. We are more than just surfers. We are professionals, home and business owners. We are taxpayers, voters, entrepreneurs, and families with children. With surfing having recently been added to the 2020 Tokyo Summer Olympics, Surf Canada Nationals took place at Pacific Rim National Park Reserve on Vancouver Island, BC, earlier this month to determine the very first Canadian athletes to have the opportunity to compete internationally for Team Canada. Throughout the TRCA's push for city and public approval of the Scarborough Waterfront project, the surf community had raised our concerns with respect to the destruction of Lighthouse, a very significant and rare surf break in the city of Toronto that creates sizable and quality waves on a southwest wind. Waves at Lighthouse have been closely compared to those found in ocean settings, and there are not many places like this on the Great Lakes, and the singularity of this wave is especially unique to Toronto. Lighthouse Surf Break is adjacent to Bluffers Park Marina, exactly where the proposed western segment of the TRCA's refined preferred alternative is located. This area should be protected by the City of Toronto for its uniqueness, training ground, and the advancement of a growing and recognized sport for Canadians and expats from surfing communities around the globe. In addition to Lighthouse destruction, the TRCA's proposed headland node, which is in the shape of a catcher's mitt, stands to create dangerous structural rip currents and undertow along Bluffers Beach on east and southeast winds. As confirmed by Bruce Hollowell of the Toronto Police Marine Lifeguard Unit, headlands already installed at both Bluffers Park and Ashbridges Bay beaches, which are smaller than the proposed developed headland, already cause significant undertow and rip current conditions, which are extremely dangerous for unprepared swimmers. With added capacity and crowds that are in line with the entire project, the influx of swimmers or pedestrians near the proposed headland comes with added risk of drownings. We sent many emails, formed petitions formed petitions within the local surf community to raise awareness, attended the TRCA's Public Information Center, and set up a meeting on June 19th, 2017 with the TRCA's project team, Nancy Gaffney, Milo Strum, and Annalise Grieve. The TRCA acknowledged that individuals from the surfing community reached out to their organization about the project in early 2016, but the TRCA did not follow up with or engage with the concerns of the surfing community as a stakeholder group. We believe that the TRCA's plan does not take into full consideration all of the communities who will be directly affected negatively by the Scarborough Waterfront project. We wish for the TRCA to revisit their solutions to the development of the Toronto waterfront, so it may benefit both recreation on land as well as those who are in the water.
And I'll have to ask you just to wrap up now, if you would.
Thank you very much for the Executive
Okay.
Committee, and to you, Don Torrey, for...
Thank you so much. Are there questions? All right, well, hearing none, I'll thank you very much for your patience and for being here today, and
Thank you very much.
we appreciate that. Mark Matson, President, Lake Ontario Waterkeeper.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of the committee. Lake Ontario Waterkeeper is a charity that's working for swimmable, drinkable, fishable water. We've been involved in the Scarborough Waterfront project since 2016. Our comments were twofold at the time. One was to expand water quality monitoring from the Bluffers Beach right across this whole 11-kilometer width, which is under the study. And secondly was to protect Grey Point Abbey and East Point. I think it's really important for the council to remember that we came up with this issue. Really became a crisis in the late 80s. Toronto produced what was called the Royal Commission for the Future of Toronto Waterfront Regeneration. It's a great name, Regeneration. And in that study, there were some really important recommendations made, particularly with respect to shoreline. Number one, if you go to page 173, protection of the remaining natural areas. 70% of the shoreline between Burlington and Scarborough is already hardened. Second was to rehabilitate the degraded areas, a mechanism for considering cumulative environmental effects and improvement of access and recreational opportunities. Toronto at the time when they produced this report had people coming from all across the Great Lakes, in fact, maybe all across North America, because Toronto was a leader. Toronto was seen as the freshwater capital of the world, 9 watersheds running through from the Oak Ridges Moraine to Lake Ontario, where 20% of the world's surface freshwater was, and people wanted to learn from this document. Unfortunately, it has gathered a lot of dust. And here we are today looking at a second best option, where we're really thinking about paving over Grey Abbey, the beach. It's pretty clear that there are shoreline issues, and I know TRCA has done a great job, and I support the proposal. But I just want to quote one thing that came out in 1973. As we were moving from an era of destruction to an era of restoration, Toronto said this: "The old way of doing things has proven hollow and sometimes quite destructive. Though we have not yet learned the rules for the new ways of doing things, we are in the age of in-between." I think we're still in the age of in-between, and I think this committee should indicate to the TRCA that paving that beach at this time is the wrong way to go. There are better options. There are better ways to think about this, and there is a lot more work to be done. And I think if you did pave it, from what I've noticed, and I'm on the Great Lakes Guardians Committee, I'm on the IJC Great Lakes Water Quality Board, I'm with Waterkeeper Alliance, I've been on the board for 15 years. We have 300 groups around the world. I can tell you that something like this would never even get off the starting blocks in California, in Long Island, in the Gold Coast. And what we need to do is look to the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have applause in here.
I know, I don't need the clapping. Thank you. But I really, I'm out of time, but I just want to say, I think this is a really important issue. I'm really glad you're giving time to the community to come forward, and I hope the TRCA can move forward without paving this beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, there might just be some questions, Mr. Matson. So we have Councillor Robinson, and then we have, I think I saw Councillor Ainsley's hand up, did I, or not? No, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just by chance, I happened to have a meeting with some of the folks, actually the former head of the Great Lakes Mayors Association.
Yes.
I think the mayors met with some of those of his colleagues on these matters as well. And it was about another matter, but I brought this up. And I guess what my understanding is that as a best practice across the globe, we're actually moving away from shoreline hardening to softening. Would you say that's an accurate description of kind of a movement around the world?
Yeah, it's taken a long time. I mean, decades. We've learned from what's happened in the past. I noticed in the regeneration document, it talks about all the damage that's been done by hardening the shorelines. It's actually starved our wetlands of sediment. It's destroyed other areas. When you harden one area, it can cause problems in other areas. And it really doesn't take into effect the natural habitat and the ecosystem approach. So we've learned from that, and I think other communities understand the economic, social, and cultural impact or importance of having clean water and connections for their community to wilderness and wildlife. So yeah, the world is moving very quickly in the other direction, and I think Toronto at one point was ahead of the crowd, but now we're falling behind. And I think this decision really will dictate which direction Toronto's going in the next decade or so.
Okay, and so basically, I think what you're saying is that it basically dramatically alters the ecosystem of any lake, no matter where this happens.
That has been the science. That's what we've learned. That's what the scientists have learned, and that's why communities are changing the way they originally did things, where, you know, we're starting to understand that it's a lot like the weather. It changes all the time. You can't do anything about the weather. It's the same when you have natural habitat and wildlife and a great, great lake like we have here in Toronto. You can't control everything. You have to build in resiliency. You have to respect it, and you have to do what you can to really work with it. But the idea that you would just put something in willy-nilly, like just start putting a cement road on one of the last remaining natural habitats in Toronto's waterfront is really the mistake that we've made in the past and we're learning from.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming in. I'm always mesmerized by your tweets. They're positive.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes. So you're showing us that book, and what year was that from?
1991, December.
And so do you think we should be updating that book or just using what we wrote back in the day? It's still applicable.
Well, it's still the book. You know, I know Mr. Crombie's behind me, and Mr. Crombie has written, he was the chairman, he's written a number of reports in Hamilton, Oshawa, Toronto, did a lot of really pioneering work at the Waterfront Trust has followed as well, really connecting people to their watersheds. This book had many scientists, politicians, community groups. It's an amazing blueprint for the future of Toronto's waterfront and what needs to be done. I just find it odd that we no longer look to it. I mean, it really did talk about the economic impact of having a clean waterfront and water long before Walkerton, long before many of the other disasters that were occurring now in the Great Lakes, including Toledo shutting down its drinking water, the issues in Flint. So I think this book really is a starting point for anybody who wants to start thinking about changing or altering shorelines in Toronto, is to go back to this book, read it, and get up to speed on where we're at and where the science is and what Toronto can look like in the coming decades.
Okay, and then what do you think happened? Like, how did we get here? You know, that we weren't considering that in this plan, and that we are where we are today with.
Yeah, I think that we underestimated just how many people have been disconnected from the lake, believe it's unswimmable. We no longer have a fishery on Lake Ontario. St. Lawrence Market was once one of the largest fish markets in Canada, and it just had fish from Lake Ontario. The old piers are still on the back of the St. Lawrence Market, and you can't buy a fish from the lake anymore. So I think we underestimated just how many people have come disconnected from the lake. And so the voice wasn't strong enough, but I think it's coming back. You just heard from the surfers. People are using the water now year-round. You don't see it as cold. There's new technology in terms of the wetsuits. You can go down to the waterfront. Water quality monitoring is year-round in Toronto. I think the millennials are really demanding a city that they can live in more than just a city where they can have a job. So I think it's coming. I see it everywhere. I see it from the left, the right, Republicans, Democrats, Conservatives, NDP. So I think swim, drink, fish is something we can all agree to, but it's taken a while because we did things a certain way for 30, 40 years, and we have to change that now, and that's not easy. And so it's going to take leadership, but I think the people are going to lead, and politicians will follow, and I think that's what's happening today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputy? Well, I have no questions. I just take issue with you saying the water's not cold, having swum in there one time.
Well, you can get
it's cold. Come on now, sir.
You can get these new wetsuits.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Mr.
Thank you very much for coming by, Mr. Matheson.
Thank you.
Jane Fairburn.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, ma'am. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, my name's Jane Fairburn. I'm a lawyer in Toronto, and I'm the author of Along the Shore, Rediscovering Toronto's Waterfront Heritage. I'm currently working on another book on landscape, incidentally, called Longing for the Land. Your Worship, first of all, just quickly, I want to thank you today for listening, and I mean that sincerely, because that hasn't always happened in this process, sadly enough. So I'm really happy about that. Another thing I want to sort of say is just quickly, the Honourable David Crombie is behind me, and you're going to hear from him next about the Waterfront Trail, and that the Waterfront Trail is great. And I don't think there are many people behind me that dispute that. Mark's talked about the Waterfront Trail. If you search the back of the book and Along the Shore, there probably, I don't know how many references would be to the Waterfront Trail. It's an amazing thing. It's just, though, that sometimes it's not appropriate to put it in an environmentally sensitive area, one that's being recognized by the province, and in fact has the TRCA's own authored report from 2012 recommends never touching Grey Abbey Beach. And yet here we are. And, you know, I'm not sure how we got here. I don't dip my foot into politics very often, but I felt that I couldn't stay silent on this. So if you go to the regeneration document itself that Mark's already referred to, if you go to page 179, 1 second, you go right down to the bottom. Here's what it says about the trail. In areas of ecological sensitivity or on private lands with a greenway, a continuous trail may not be possible. And I think we need to not just sort of skip over that. That was said, and I think it's still very relevant today. Now, I just want to get into how we got here again, which is a little mystifying, that we're talking about something that, to my mind, and to a lot of Torontonians, is beyond the pale, paving over a 12,000-year-old beach. We've been sold 3 things, or we're being asked to swallow 3 things, and you're going to be asked them today. One of them is access. We're told that access is increased by taking away our access to the water. So, you know, I've always said, you know, it's sort of a logical inconsistency. Access to the beach cannot be improved by obliterating the beach. It's not logical. Second point, erosion. I agree there's erosion. Okay, you've heard from some people, erosion. There's erosion. I think what's not sure is the rate of erosion, because where we're talking about paving this beach, the bluffs are much lower. The majority of them are recessed from the water, so that needs to be looked at. But there is some erosion. The thing is, though, we need to recognize that erosion has been dealt with in very creative ways by the TRCA in the past, and they continue to do that.
Now, you said you had 3 points, and that was the second,
Point.
so you
Thank
have to make the third, and then we have to wrap up.
Meritori.
Thank you.
Environmental destruction. We can't play God on this project with the greatest of respect. The TRCA says we can tear it all down and then we'll fix it up. And, you know, that's again, not an appropriate way to go when we have this beautiful natural resource. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much on that note, and we'll have a question from Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So you've written a book yourself about Toronto shores. Through your research, what
Yes.
did you learn about the health of the lake and the importance of beaches?
Well, specifically with respect to Toronto, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. This is not new for Toronto. We've done this for 150 years at least. We've unfortunately sacrificed our shorelines a lot. And you know what? The buck needs to stop. And you have the power to do that. This doesn't have to go to a full council. You are our protectors here, and we need you to listen to this, that this is not an appropriate place for the trail. The waterfront trail already exists, make no mistake about it. It's just not on the beach right now.
Can I also ask you just about the waterfront trail? Given its current position and what's being proposed, what would you recommend for the trail's placement or positioning? Or do you have any thoughts around that?
Sure, I have thoughts. I mean, my primary recommendation is that it definitely not go on the beach, which is quite, it's sort of a sacred line and a dynamic between the water and the shore right now. And if you put a raised platform up there of concrete debris, sorry, clean or not, you're going to obliterate that connection, and it's gone forever. My preference would be that it remain outside of the park. But, I think there's probably some discussion to be had around there. I also researched options. The TRCA, I think, incidentally says that might not be possible to put it in the park. But the logical thing that comes out of that is not, therefore, that it has to go on the beach, because it already exists on secondary roads all around that area.
Okay, so secondary roads is one option.
That's where it is right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming in, Jane. So I just want to clarify, you're not necessarily against the Scarborough waterfront project as a whole, because there's a lot of good things happening
I've
in there.
never said that.
No,
I actually agree with more access, and I think we should work to much more access for
I just
Torontonians
wanted
and
to make that
waterfront.
clear, because I totally agree. So you're really focusing now on really the Grey Abbey Beach, the East Point Park, which is from Guildwood kind of east, I guess, that whole area.
It's Guildwood, yes, that's correct. And East Point, incidentally, is the end of the Scarborough Bluffs. That's the lowest
where it
point.
ends.
So the bluffs are much lower, and hence the erosion is, it's a different situation. It's not at all like what you see in those pictures there. It's
Yeah.
much lower.
So, and again, what I'm trying to do, again,
Yeah.
if you have, I've been there, you've been there, and maybe a lot of the people here haven't. So I'm just trying to paint a bit of a picture for them. So that, which is an incredibly important part, that stretch. Now, you agree that the TRCA, as they went through the process, there was a preferred option 1, preferred option 2. The first option was to pretty much harden that whole surface. When they came back, I forget, I'm gonna have to ask staff, but they said we'll put the path up top for a certain, I think it was maybe a mile, I'm not too sure how long it was, but there's a smaller section at the Grey Abbey Beach that they're looking to harden. Now, so I just want to be, because, and you'll agree with me that if you look at that whole area, 11 kilometers, we've probably hardened 75% in the past for whether it's erosion control or others. I don't necessarily agree with it, I know you don't. But understanding that 75% already has been hardened
Easily,
in the
I
past,
would
so
say.
we're only
Yeah.
focusing now on a smaller portion. It's an
We're
important portion.
focusing on, again, it's all a numbers game. My view is we're focusing on a little less than a kilometer of area, which is still significant. And in terms of what the TRCA was recommending, Mark and I and somebody else met with the TRCA. I invited them to the Toronto Hunt, and they came. And the recommendation was, well, we'll pave half of it. How about we do half? And I specifically said, no, that's not justifiable under any conditions. I was very clear about it. And now we are talking about paving like a third of it. So, to kind of say they started from 100%, that was one of the options, but that was never put out there at the beginning to anyone in a serious way, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with you. Thank you.
Okay.
I just have one question, just arose out of an experience I had this past weekend, because I went with Councillor Fletcher to announce the redesign of and construction on what was a missing link when you made that quote out of the book of 750 meters that previously caused people to have to go off onto a road. It's a different set of circumstances, but one of the things I said in my remarks was, because I'd read about it, that the TRCA and others, the design firms, the city, had all gone to huge lengths to make sure they could accommodate what were there, sensitive wetlands and various things, habitat for trees and bushes and species and so forth. And my question is this: do you think it is impossible in this setting to have that kind of care taken? And I made the point, we spent more doing it. It's going to cost $850,000, whereas it might have cost a lot less if you hadn't had all the features that made this environmentally sensitive. Is it impossible to do anything along the lines of what's being discussed here and preserve, what you want to see for the beach?
Well,
there is no amount of money or no amount of
respect.
design or sensitivity that could.
No, I mean, those are man-made processes that go in. This is an educational opportunity for Torontonians for generations to come, and it's pure access to the water. I might add, it's at least my position, that Torontonians have a right to access the water. And right now, if that goes through, access is denied. It's effectively denied because of that raised concrete platform, and there's no dynamic tension then between the water and the people. I don't know how many people have actually walked that. One of the representatives I see here from the TRCA indicated at an earlier meeting that she'd actually never been down to the shoreline, but many of us have, and when you're there, there's nothing that replaces that. No man-made, or sorry, that's not the correct word anymore, but no person-made structure can replace the natural world. That's a very sacred thing in today's society.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Fairburn.
Thank you.
And next, as advertised, is the Honourable David Crombie from the Waterfront Regeneration Trust.
Well done. Can I get the book?
You can have the book. It's got all our notes.
Thanks.
It's Mark's, though.
It's Mark's book. Oh. Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of the Executive Committee. I'm here representing the Waterfront Regeneration Trust. 25 years ago, the Waterfront Regeneration Trust made a recommendation that there be a continuous waterfront and greenway for the whole length of what was then Metropolitan Toronto, and therefore for the Toronto waterfront and beyond. That was accepted by all governments of the day. And if I just take 30 seconds, it's been a roaring success. The waterfront trail that was recommended has been a roaring success across the whole of the province. It now connects 140 communities and First Nations, 21 conservation authorities. It's 2,600 kilometers long now. It goes from Sault Ste. Marie to Quebec. It links up 5 binational heritage rivers, 415 waterfront parks, 125 beaches, 65 conservation areas, and 26 national and provincial parks, and 3 UNESCO biospheres. I put all that in to put this debate in perspective. This has been an enormous initiative by 3 levels of government and endless communities for 25 years. And so the idea was to have a continuous waterfront greenway that would try and be a vehicle for bringing together the issues of ecology, economy, and community and work them out. Now, when it comes to this project, a couple of things I would ask the council to think about. Our job at the Waterfront Regeneration Trust was not to build these things ourselves, but to create the circumstance by which they were done. And we therefore always had to assure ourselves whether or not there was a thorough enough public process, first of all. Secondly, whether this was backed by science, the recommendations that were coming forward, backed by science and expertise. And in this connection, I have no trouble saying to you, the public process has been thorough. 25 years to my certain personal knowledge. But let me go back to 1967, when the Metropolitan Waterfront Plan, at that time, 51 years ago, made the same recommendation, that there be a continuous waterfront trail and greenway. And in 1971, they asked the Conservation Authority to implement it. Now, it seems to me that at any rate, and I understand the passion, the concern, and these are people I know and love. But let me say this, they've sort of taken this report, and there's a little part of it that they missed. And I think it may bear on how you approach it. Because we had very specific recommendations in this report in its connection for the whole of the waterfront trail for Scarborough. And we said this, policies, it's in the report, policies should take into account the environmental vulnerability of Scarborough Bluffs and the Rouge River Valley and outline ways to acquire, maintain, and provide public access to the land along the waterfront and up the river valleys, and create a 2-tiered trail, one at the top of the bluffs and the other at the base of the water's edge. So the idea that somehow this was lost, that was a very specific recommendation.
that the Conservation Authority has been trying to pursue since 1971. So as a thorough process, surely it's time to move on, Your Worship. Surely it's time to move on. Thank you.
You were kind enough not to take advantage of the former mayor's privilege, which I was going to give you to go on indefinitely. But I mean, I'm sure there may be some questions for you, though.
Thank you, sir.
That you'd recognize that would be unfair to all the other people. But I was just kind of watching the clock and figuring, well, he'll be finished when he's finished.
I paid my taxes coming in.
Are there questions for Mr. Crombie? Yes, Deputy Mayor De Baeremaeker.
Through Mr. Chair, or Your Worship, and to you, Your Worship. Another one of the recommendations in your report, I think, was the establishment of a joint national provincial park in the Rouge Valley. Is my memory correct?
That's correct.
I think most people laughed at you and thought you and others were crazy. But
we were, but it turned out okay.
Yeah. And now, and I say with great respect, because I love the Waterfront Trail, because it is a spectacular thing that happened that, again, many people thought would never happen or couldn't happen, or it would end at the Scarborough-Pickering border and never go on past that. But would you agree with me that when you look at the Toronto-Mississauga border, we actually do have a waterfront trail through Sam Smith Park. It goes down to Tip Top Taylor's. We now have it off the road. It goes through the city. It goes through Commissioner Street, all off-road. It goes to the Balmy Beach Club. A spectacular ride that you could take 6-year-olds with you on, but then it goes from the Balmy Beach Club up to Kingston Road and zigs and zags through a bunch of residential streets that probably you and I wouldn't feel comfortable walking on or bicycling. Would you agree that the trail sort of dead ends almost? It doesn't dead end, but the waterfront part of the trail doesn't exist in Scarborough.
Well, I guess 2 points, if I could, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. The important thing when we started was to get a continuous trail and greenway. Now, it was clear because there's lots of privately owned property, corporately owned property, some public, some by other levels of governments and agencies. It was very complicated. So we didn't call it a water's edge trail. We call it a waterfront trail because that gave it far more scope. When there were certain areas that for good and sufficient reasons you couldn't do anything, we took to the roads. And that's been the way all the way, right, the whole 25 years. But at the same time, trying to move it as best we can back to the waterfront where people could understand the importance of the relationship between land and water. So it was not because we chose to go on the streets. Necessity took us there, but it took us away from the goal that we intended and do intend, and that is to have a continuous waterfront trail and greenway.
So then you're here at one level, your submission to us is that although Scarborough's the part of the waterfront that doesn't have a real trail on the waterfront, that it would be a good investment of, say, $170 million, which is in this report. If it's a $170 million investment, you think it's worth the money to connect the entire city of Toronto on its waterfront?
I have no idea about the pricing. I have not talked about the money. I don't know about the money. I do know that from the beginning, it was Scarborough was the most difficult, and that's why it's the one link we don't have in metropolitan, in Toronto. And indeed, along the rest of the waterfront, it's not as if other people don't have precious, very important and heartfelt understanding of their own natural environments. We went through Rattray Marsh. There's a trail through Rattray Marsh. Man, that was the iconic place, right? So every part of this, that's why I went through the linkages we've made for 2,600 kilometers. Many of those are awfully powerful battles going on locally about the importance of them. This is not the only one, all right? So the Scarborough Bluffs iconic, you betcha. But I can also take you to places who they think that their local iconic structure is also something to be protected and enhanced. So all I'm saying at the end of the day, how do we actually solve that? Well, you solve it by having an appropriate public process. Bring the science and the expertise together with the community. And so the Conservation Authority, appointed and asked to be the implementer, comes forward with a recommendation. Our job is to say, was the process long enough? Good enough? Yes. Is the science and technology and the expertise there? Yes. And that's why we're saying we support it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Worship, and Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor De Baeremaeker. Councillor Ainslie, I think, had some questions.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Crombie, in your comments, I thought I heard you say that you thought that the public consultation that took place for this process we're looking at today, you thought it was at an appropriate level?
Well, that's my understanding. I was not at the meetings, but I've done it the same way. We've done it for the 25 years. We look at the reports for those who are officially responsible for making them, and if they're in those reports that they've done it, and we look around and make sure we've got enough information and evidence, then we go with that official report. At the end of the day, we'll just keep on talking about it. I can guarantee you that if I could live another 10 years, I'll be back and we'll be saying, what, we got this? No. So from my point of view, we've done as much as we can do in terms of the process, and we've listened to the experts, and the people we asked to implement them had made their recommendation.
Yep.
That, to me, is sufficient.
Okay, and when you look at the plan that's, or the EA that's before us today, so there's one area from the mouth of Highland Creek over to the Rouge. You know, it's a very environmentally sensitive area, as much of it is, but it has swallows nesting on the face of the bluffs. We were supposed to have a trail along the bottom, and we moved it up to the tablelands at the top, which I thought was a good compromise. I think the TRCA was a good compromise. Would you agree with that? Or?
Well, yes, I did, and that's why it seemed to me at the end of the day, and we had to decide whether we supported that report. We thought the process had yielded some sense of balance about how you go through it. In a perfect world, there's lots of things could happen, but if you're trying to bring together ecology, economy, and community, you'll always find that each one of them will not be 100%.
Yep. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, and I had Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to chat a bit about process stuff so everybody's clear on process of what's happening. So we have an EA before us. We've spent a number of years going through that. The recommendations are here. This will be going off from here if we support, if we support this, off to the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change, and they'll determine themselves the appropriateness of this. So they could turn around and go, no, and then everything dies, I'm assuming, at that point. But, so if we say no, either today or at full council, this whole process, everything that has happened, it pretty much is gone. Even though, and I've heard from a lot of the deputants, there's some good things in here. We may disagree on certain aspects, but I think generally there's a lot of good work that we want to go in here. So from your perspective, process-wise, you wouldn't want to see all this work go to waste?
Oh, heavens, no. Indeed, you point out, and I heard you earlier, Councillor Crawford, this is a part of a process. And you've got the power to stop it here at the city. But on the other hand, there may be ways in which other people have raised, we can deal with the issue. But if you stop the process, that won't happen.
So it's important from your perspective to continue with the process, which is supporting this EA.
Yes.
But looking at, and you'll see a motion coming from me to, we need to do some more work here because I think more work can be done on specific parts of that.
I'm a little bit beyond my ability here, but because I'm not sure what else could be done, but I think I have no difficulty if somebody wants to say, look, let's move this forward. Let's accept the application to the province, and if there's an addition, but not so that objects and stops the process.
Yeah.
If there's an addition saying, would you kindly look and see what else could be done, but it does not hold the process back. Mm-hmm. Then that, it seems to me, is not a bad thought.
And then we support it here, more than likely. It goes off, gets the EA. That's going to take about a year for them to come back, and it'll be positive or negative. If it's positive, then at that point, we still have to fund this and the $170 million. So then that will be another challenge of how do we, as a city, first of all, my motion, by the way, is to ensure that there's provincial and federal partnerships. This is not happening without that.
Yeah.
So the funding will be another component of this larger project. And it's going to take 15 to 20 years, I'm assuming, to get done. You agree?
Absolutely. And when you're building trails, it takes decades and generations.
Okay, but again, we're partway through a long process, and we need to continue that from your perspective.
Yeah, and I would think that stopping this process would be the worst of options.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. We have Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday with a question.
Hello, thank you for speaking to us today. I wondered, you mentioned something that was important to me in that, and it was the connection between a waterfront trail and the river valley systems, or the valley systems.
Yeah.
So because of that, would you say that this is really part of a regional trail system, rather than just about the waterfront? It's about the city itself, is it not?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I mean, to understand, I didn't have the time to go in, nor should I, but the idea of having the trail and greenway, of course, was the way in which we linked to the river valleys. The basic bone structure of Toronto and metropolitan Toronto, or the larger Greater Toronto Area, are the river valleys and the waterfront. That's how it works. And so it was clearly we were going to be able to now have a vehicle along the waterfront that would be able to deal with the river valleys, which is why it spun off at that time, the discussion over the Oak Ridges Moraine, right? Married to it also with the Niagara Escarpment. And so all of that, of course, relates to the waterfront. Yes, it's a regional, and the province, of course, supported it from the beginning.
Yeah, understood, because I went through some similar work in the West End in Etobicoke.
I know.
It struck me as a regional issue.
Humber Bay, absolutely.
So on that note, the file itself is called the Scarborough Waterfront Trail, but would you agree that maybe it could be named the Toronto Waterfront Trail?
Yeah, there are some people, yes.
How about the Ontario?
We have.
And I'd even say the national.
Well, the Tory, no. There is trouble with names. We have the Martin Goodman Trail. We're not sure where that came from. A lot of people don't know who Martin Goodman was. He was editor of the Toronto Star. So there were historic reasons for names, but they only go in certain parts. It's like Yonge Street. I can take you 1,100 miles, it used to be, on Yonge Street, but they have different names as you go along. And that may be for a while because there's a lot of local pride in this. I don't have to tell you that. Look at this.
Agreed.
There's a lot of local pride in these things. So our policy has been to go with the names that folks want rather than one that we think would be nice.
But to be fair enough, because it connects with the river valley systems and the trails that are there, it actually connects to the Trans-Canada Trail. Would it be fair to say that what we're talking about today is of national importance?
Well, it is of national importance. In fact, our general rubric under our policy terms now, this is the Great Lakes Waterfront Trail, and because it includes all 5 Great Lakes. We're on our 3rd lake now. As I say, we're up in Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. Just in your original deputation, you talked about an excerpt you took from one of the reports, and you talked about a 2-tiered trail, you'll recall. Could you just, for the purpose of this committee, tell us where you would like to see this trail in this section be placed or positioned?
I wish I could.
Okay.
It's beyond my competence.
Okay.
We thought our job was to have, what's the idea? But that's why I spent so much time on talking about listening to the evidence from science and experts. I mean, you still need to depend on them. They need us to say, it's a really good idea, let's do it. They show us how.
Okay.
I don't know the positioning.
You don't have a specific position?
No. No.
All right. Thank you very much. That's what I was wondering.
Well, any more questions from any other members? Well, if I could just ask one, besides, did I hear you saying a few minutes ago that you were going to come back here in 10 years?
Yes. I'll take you on, John.
Okay. You remember I was your campaign manager at one time?
They don't know this.
No, look, I think that'd all be great. I'll be long gone by then. But so
1976.
Yeah, that's it. Can I just ask you this, because it really follows on Councillor Robinson's question, because I think you're here with obviously the best of intentions. Having not, just as I'm in no position to really judge all these things in terms of the technical aspects of what's done where and what isn't done where, I think you're here to say, though, that the recommendation here that is just to go forward, as Councillor Crawford was saying, to the environmental assessment people, is one that you're content with in the context of your overall concern for an involvement in the waterfront, which extends beyond just having trails that are continuous, but rather goes to the protection. What did you call it? Ecology?
Economy and community.
Economy and community. So I trust that this, under that test, ecology, economy, and community, meets the test as best you can determine.
Yeah, yes, and the point being, Anybody who wants to look after the economy, that's one thing all by itself, or ecology all by itself, or a community need all by itself. They're relatively simple. Trying to bring them together, that's the tough work.
Okay, thank you very much. That helps me a lot. Thank you. So we now go to Deepak Mathur. Well, you were stroked out. It was stroked out by you.
Stroked out. Oh, good. Oh, excellent.
So what are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen?
Sorry. There's a little bit of confusion, I'm sorry. I was going to help someone out, and I thought there was a presentation which is not mine. I thought I was next after that.
Are you Deepak Mathur?
I am, sir.
Right, and so you are next, and we're happy to put that over and have you come in a few minutes if you're not ready, or you are ready. Perfect, thank you very much. You're most welcome, and you have 3 minutes.
So I'm Deepak Mathur. I'm speaking for the Wild Bluffs, and thank you for this opportunity. Since 1970, our planet has lost 50% of its wildlife, and the 2020 projections are equally dire, to lose 2/3 of our wildlife. The primary reason, as stated by the World Wildlife Fund, is loss of habitat. That means there is no place for the animals to live. Bank swallows are already part of a species recovery program at the provincial and federal level. Passing SWP will almost certainly lead to the extirpation of bank swallows and the bats. This will have massive detrimental impact on other species as well, which are on the provincial species at risk, and call the Bluffs their home. Migratory birds have been using the Bluffs as a resting point for eons. Snapping turtles are in serious decline province-wide, and they live in the Bluffs, but can no longer access the shoreline in many places due to the armor stone blocking their access. Passing the SWP is essentially a death warrant to the animals. In addition to the impact on the wildlife, there is a financial burden that we undertake. The cost to build and maintain this park will be huge. The capital cost for this infrastructure is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. In addition, the operational and administrative cost is going to be massive as well. Even today, the city is struggling to manage the park and the overflowing garbage. We will need park rangers and enforcement 24/7 to control the drinking parties and the bonfires, which already occur today. All these costs will be a significant tax burden to the city and the taxpayer. The community at large is opposed to the plan. As you have heard, the petition signed by over 1,000 people are in opposition to the SWP project. The TRCA Stakeholder Committee citizens' voices have been ignored. Serious concerns were raised by these stakeholders but fell on deaf ears. As citizens, we feel the TRCA's community feedback process has been dysfunctional. To go ahead with building roads, hardening the shoreline, paving the kilometers of paths is irresponsible in this day and age in light of the species of wildlife that are rapidly disappearing worldwide. Given the sensitive nature of the ecology and the habitat, we feel, if anything, we need to restrict the human footprint by converting this area into a conservation area, much like has been done in Halton region in the region of Peel. As a world-class city, Toronto needs to step up to the plate and be a leader in conservation. To quote Molly Beattie, the ex-director of U.S. Fish and Wildlife, "What a city chooses to save is what a city chooses to say for about itself." Please say no to the SWP.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions of this deputant? Councillor Crawford. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't see there. Councilor DeBaremaker.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. I'm surprised by your conclusion. As a fellow environmental advocate, did you not read the environmental assessment report? They had a chart there showing all the net benefits for all of the undertakings. So as a fellow environmental advocate, wouldn't you want to support something that actually improves habitat on our lakefront?
Yes, sir, I would. I think that increased footprint is going to be devastating to the existing flora and fauna of this place. The bats and the swallows find their homes on the sides of the bluffs. If we develop this area, increase the human footprint, I think their homes will be in peril. There is an angle that people have mentioned about perhaps increased fishing that might be a benefit, but that far negates the fact that we are hardening the shoreline, and as you have heard today, that's not going to help us.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so if you sat down with the Conservation Authority staff and they showed you the list of where they have drawn a different conclusion than you, and you are convinced, for example, there are swallows nesting colonies over at the Rouge Marsh, where I helped create a national park, and that area has been hardened, if you will, and I don't want more beaches being hardened, but the report shows a very significant and substantial increase in ecological health and environmental habitat. So for you to make a submission to this committee that your conclusion, and you're asking us to stop this project, is because it may hurt wildlife and habitat is shocking to me. So what information maybe perhaps that you have that I haven't seen?
Sir, I quote the TRCA's 2012 environmental assessment, which clearly talks about the damage that would happen if any footprint was increased.
Well then, through you, Mr. Chair, but if our staff sat down with you and showed you where it actually increases, there's a net increase to species, then you would then change your position and support it.
We would, but parts of this group.
You would. Okay.
Parts of this group were part of the stakeholders committee, and many of these things were brought to their attention. We had big discussions over the last 3 years, maybe 4 years, with 2 members of our group. In fact, initially, the bank swallows and the bats didn't make to the list. It was only after our members highlighted that they do exist that they did make it. And this is just, we are not biologists. We just brought it to the attention as we are frequent visitors and residents to the area. I think a full EA assessment, if done properly, will highlight the impact that this will have and the potential negative impact it would have. So we therefore feel this should be more of a conservation area, reducing massive footprints. So it is great to have a bus, it is great to contain. If we can provide funds for what we have today, that's good. But if you increase the footprints, the human footprint, create a trail, link the whole system, it'll be nice to bike. Yeah, I bike too, I sail too, but I do not think in the end you will have the desired outcome.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Deputy Mayor DeBaremaker. I had over here, Councilor Crawford, yeah.
Thank you very much for your deputation. So, just clarification. Are you, so you've stated that you are not in support of the Scarborough Waterfront project at all. You'd rather us say no to the entire project. Understanding that there are many components that are very good in here. And I'll use the one example. Brimley Road reconstruction is part of this. So if we say no to this, that goes. There's lots of opportunities for increased picnic areas. So, and I haven't heard that from other deputations. It's really focusing on certain areas, Grey Abbey Beach, East Point Park. So your recommendation to us is to say no to the entire thing. And you did mention that 1,000 people petition, and I think that 1,000 people petition was more focused on Grey Abbey Beach, not the entire project. Is that correct? So I just want to clarify.
For Grey Abbey and for Bluffers Park.
Okay, but then this is, so if we say no to the entire project, all of these other good things will be lost. Wouldn't it make more sense, and maybe you can change your mind, I don't know, but to support a good portion of it, but to deal with some of these issues like Grey Abbey Beach? And I recognize and agree with you on increasing the footprint there. But if we say no to the whole thing, we're losing out a lot of opportunity.
I understand that the council has got some difficult questions at its hand. But I think by increasing our footprint, not making it a conservation area, not putting more park rangers, not controlling the bonfires and the drunken revels there, that what will happen with increased access is not, I think, in the best interest of either the wildlife or the city at large.
So then just on that, just my last question is, again, because a lot of these recommendations are really about managing the popularity of a destination that a lot of people across the city and province now come to. So again, if we say no to this, our ability to manage that will be a lot less because, I mean, if we say no to this, then the process stops. We got another 2 or 3 years, and we're already rolling and trying to get something. And the last is the example of the Brimley Road reconstruction. It's already part of the EAA. We're pushing to get that done. I don't want to lose that opportunity if we say no to this overall project. Do you agree?
Personally, Councillor Crawford, I am going to personally lose when you enlarge your Brimley Road, since I live on that road, and a portion of my property would be taken away. So personally, it's not in my favor or in my neighbor's favor. But looking at the big picture of things, I am in favor of safety. So you put in buses in there, and I think that's a good idea. We need safety of the people who walk there today. But we also need to look at the overall safety. And if we start getting in, hundreds and thousands of people every year, can the ecosystem sustain it? If you get too many people, you will kill what they're coming there for. That's our position on it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other questions of this deputy? Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Christopher Windsor, Highland Yacht Club. Again, I don't know, there's also next Mr. David Brouillet, also from Highland.
No, he won't be able to.
Oh, he won't be here. Okay, well, you're Mr. Windsor?
I am indeed.
You're welcome here, and you have 3 minutes, and we thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Windsor, and I'm a member of Highland Yacht Club. Highland Yacht Club is one of 4 nonprofit, self-managed, member-managed, operated nonprofit sailing clubs in the Bluffers Park Basin. So it's the western portion of this environmental assessment, and I'm here to voice my support for the preferred alternative for the western segment and the Scarborough Waterfront project. Just by way of background, well, actually, first, before I begin, I would be remiss, Your Worship, if I didn't convey my members' appreciation, and also to Councillor Crawford for the visit that you both undertook last spring to our clubs as part of your fact-finding undertaking in terms of the impact of the historic high water impacts in the lake. So thank you both for that undertaking. By way of background, our clubs, our self-help clubs, were literally carved out of the muck over 35 years ago at the base of the Scarborough Bluffs by the working men and women of Scarborough, and intended to be a way to promote boating, safe and affordable boating as a recreational opportunity for the people of Scarborough and the City of Toronto. And we therefore take our role as stakeholders and stewards of this wonderful gem of the western segment of the waterfront very, very seriously. We similarly adhere to some of the principles of our founders, which were to create an integration with the greater Scarborough community and indeed the city community through our outreach activities. And those include having open houses to promote boating. Those include offering sailing lessons. Those include, we offered our docks to the Toronto Police Service Auxiliary Unit for a marine rescue unit until they determined they would be better served in Ashbridges, but that was a way of ensuring some security and safety for the tens of thousands of people who use the beach adjacent to us. We've hosted scouts groups, we've hosted military veterans, and our highlight of our calendar annually is something we've done for decades, which is to take out, using our members' vessels, the residents of the New Leaf Center, which is a center for severely cognitively disabled adults and their caregivers, and to share a little lunch with them on our grounds. And I would invite you and all of the members of this committee, if you're available, to join us, because that's an incredible privilege and an amazing experience of our waterfront. The reason that I share all this with you is because all of that dynamic, community-focused boating activity in Bluffers is completely dependent on having a navigable channel and access to the waterfront. And that access is continually threatened by the erosion from the bluffs, which is a part of a natural sediment transport process and winter storms, etc., which is why the preferred alternative in this waterfront project has advanced an enlargement of that east lighthouse area, and why we feel it's absolutely essential not only to the 1,200 vessels that base there and transit, but the over 1,000 boating families from across the lake that come and use that they have a safe, navigable alternative. And I would only conclude by saying not only do we feel that that headland enhancement is essential and necessary, but it's also a matter of not only safety, but it's a way of continuing to be able to have the wonderful experience that boating represents in that Bluffers Basin. So thank you for that. And again, I would
thank you, Mr. Windsor.
That alternative.
Are there questions of the Deputy Councillor Crawford? Councillor DeBaremaker, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and I certainly know the marina very well. So your submission to us, is my understanding correct, that I'll call it the lighthouse, or I actually call it the spit sometimes, that we're going to stick out into the water?
I was trying to use the language that was part of the
So if that headland or the area, the spit, the lighthouse area,
they call it the eastern headland.
That area for you, which would be new, would actually be a very positive experience for people who are, well, experienced sailors and people who are just learning to sail and boat.
Absolutely, and as I understand it, hearkening back to the Honourable David Crombie's comments, it's also what the science that's been marshaled by this process is saying, that it's necessary to reduce and mitigate the erosion off the bluffs.
And through you, Mr. Chair, would you agree with me that Bluffers Park itself and where your marina is probably the most manipulated, the most human impacted, the most paved over section of the entire Scarborough waterfront?
Probably, yes.
But yet, it's also, I would submit, I don't know if you would agree with me, it's probably the most popular part of the Scarborough waterfront.
Absolutely, and I have to say that we are anecdotally thrilled with the bus service that started, because it's long been of concern of ours that there's a lot of people walking up and down those roads that are taking a risk in so doing.
Right, and so you would agree with me that although, again, and I agree with some of the deputants that have spoken earlier, that I want to keep Grey Abbey Beach as a sandy beach, but putting that issue aside, that in terms of hardening, which some people are horrified about, hardening, although we don't like to do it, does actually have some advantages.
In the Bluffers context, it would appear to have. I mean, there's tons of parking lots and thousands of people who use them.
Right, and washrooms, which there are not enough of, correct?
Right.
So if it wasn't for the Scarborough Bluffers Park, I'd say most of us Scarborough residents would probably never get access to any part of the bluffs. Would you agree?
It'd be a long walk down, yeah.
Where else would we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, Glenn, you gotta be more creative.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Crawford.
Quickly, thank you for coming, by the way. So you got the 4 yacht clubs or boaters clubs, marinas down there, and there's approximately, I think, 1,500 to 2,000 people that would be utilizing or using that area at Bluffers Park any year. Is that approximation?
From the boating community standpoint?
From the boating community, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yes.
Okay, so of course you're an integral part of everything that happens down there. Now, with regard to, one of the benefits, and we've talked about some of the challenges we have, but one of the benefits, of course, is improving that channel. So right now, and you know full well that it's dredged every year.
Yes, at some expense.
I think it costs $60,000, $80,000 a year to dredge that, and the reason we do that is because of the erosion. The headland will deal with that.
Correct.
And in fact, you do get boats that get stuck at certain times of the year, right now, coming in and out of the...
Yes, and that's a serious risk of injury. And let me just share with you that there are boats that are grounding in the navigable channels that are set up by Transport Canada to determine safe passage. So you got a boat coming from New York, they're between the red and the greens, they assume it's all good, and they hit ground hard. That's a serious liability. Even we've had NOTAMs, which are notices to mariners, which are go out for navigational purposes, which actually say that the entrance is a potential hazard because you can't trust the water levels.
Okay, so, and again, you, again, as a representative of the boating community, but yourself personally, are generally supportive of this, and recognizing
Absolutely.
that we still need some work to do on certain portions of the waterfront project?
I preface my remarks by saying 100% support the preferred alternative in the western segment of this EA, simply because I've learned a great deal over the course of these last many hours. But yes, absolutely, I think that it needs to proceed, and I would urge you to accept the recommendations and punt it forward. And if you have mechanisms to address some of the other concerns in the eastern segment, of which I'm less familiar, then that would make sense also.
And of course, you're fully supportive of reconstructing Brimley Road to ensure that there's safe access for pedestrians and cyclists.
We're on record, I'm a former member of our executive and just an active member of our community. We're on record going back years calling for better interface between vehicles and pedestrians, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Now, did I have any other persons wishing to question this deputy? If not, I'll thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Pam Erickson. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much for coming.
I know it's a very difficult job to manage the economy, the ecology, and the community, and there's always going to be a compromise. Some are going to lose and some are going to win. Mostly people win, and unfortunately, the wildlife do not. The Grey Abbey Beach, particularly, out of this is a landing spot for migratory birds of 19 different species. 19 different species. Thousands of birds come through there. And it is one of the very, very few areas that is not hard-lined. It is not a problem for the creatures to go from sand to water. If you hardline the very last of the beach in an effort to make it friendly, completely around, then you have to say goodbye. Many of the species who use this as a stopover point are going to disappear. The largest migratory route of all the birds in North America is our Great Lakes. And funnily enough, many land right here in Scarborough. They can't land in downtown Toronto anymore. They don't land at the beaches. And they're not going to land at Bluffers Park either. But they do land. The trumpeter swans come through regularly. I'm concerned for the conservation of a very small and sensitive area that could be spared. It could just be as easily to go to the top of the bluffs to continue, as we all do now, to do our cycling. It wouldn't hurt to spare this small area of land and give access for the birds and for the wildlife. If you go down there early in the morning at 5 and 6, the deer are down there. Where are they going to go? They have to have access directly to the water. And so do many other species. And you've heard all of us say this, but I still want to go on the record as adding my voice to this plea to save a small part of this for our wildlife and our migrating ducks. 19 species, and they all land there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Are there any questions of the deputy? Councillor de Baermaeker, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, my apologies there. We can see each other. Have you also been to the Leslie Street Spit?
I have.
And are you aware that it has the largest colony of cormorants in the
I have. I
Great
know
Lakes?
this.
So that totally artificial, I don't want to call it ugly, I'll call it scruffy. That scruffy person-made spit actually is designated by all the best bird advocates like myself as an important bird area.
It is.
Known nationally. So it's not necessarily human presence that will destroy things, it's human presence that doesn't think about making sure there's a net benefit.
Perhaps you're right in many ways, but there is no harm in having a little bit more land that has not been hard-edged, that has not been left, that has been left natural, so that these birds have more than one place to land. It's getting rather crowded on that Leslie Street Spit. And the cormorants, I don't know, they're quite a dirty species. They actually denude all the trees. However, be it as
Which
it
is what
they are
God wants
part of
them to do.
nature,
Yes.
And we accept them, and they're fishing. However, I'm talking about the Shire of the species who do not go to the Leslie Street Spit, who like being out in Scarborough where it's quiet, and they do land out there. It's all part of it. I think that we need to compromise. As Crombie was saying, we have to compromise between the economy, the ecology, and the community. And I think that this small area, to expand this to the Grey Abbey Beach, would not be tragic, nor would it end the waterfront trail by any means. It
Right.
can go on and be a happy place, but you've also maintained a place where the wildlife can get down to the water, who live in Scarborough too, and they, just not the Leslie Street Spit, because they are otherwise going to be backed up, the deer, the rest of it, onto people's property. There are other problems created by that, by not giving them an access.
Thank you.
There's an
Thank you.
access.
I've only got a short time to ask you questions. So I agree with you 100%, by the way. But my question to you as well is, if we build this waterfront trail, in addition to protecting Grey Abbey Beach, we could actually end up with more wetlands, more meadows, more habitat for the wildlife that you and I love, and that would be a good thing, correct?
Perhaps it would be, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor DeBaremaker. Other questions of the Deputant? Thank you very much, Ms. Erickson.
Okay.
Penev. Good afternoon, sir. 3 minutes to make your deputation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory, dear executive members. My name is Pen Penev, and I'm bringing nearly 48 years as a diving experience I have, and about 30 years experience as an engineer. I've been local resident for the last almost 30 years, immediate resident in the area of discussion, and I have a lot of evidence of the work of nature in support of canceling the east portion of the project as it is. And the reason is because the nature, waves and wind work in supporting the beach area in question as it is, without need of any hardening, without need of any interfering with what nature is providing. By the way, nearby there is a shipwreck called Alexandria, sunk back in 1905. That makes 113 years now, pardon, 1915. 103 years now, and I've been visiting it for the last almost 15 years. And I remember, first time I visited, I could have seen the upper part of the deck. Now I cannot see anything. About 3 years ago, I dove last night there. Means this is constant action of the local current, which is east-west direction. And there is no better proof than actually the Toronto Islands, which are a result of this much more powerful current back at the time when Niagara Rivers was bringing more sediment in the lake. What that means is this area of concern is self-maintained. You don't need to interfere with the nature. And I support entirely and thoroughly each and any of the presenters prior to me. Only adding that one different angle of perspective of the whole picture. And this is this is money not well to be spent if you really consider to approve the project as it is without major amendments. And those major amendments must take place the sooner we can before the process take on its own, and it's difficult to control because our presence here to make these changes necessary may or may not be always available. But now is the time to make a right choice from all of the executive members here, and if possibly to make these changes right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions of the deputy? Thank you very much, Mr. Paneb. Thank you so much for being here. Mike Sandusky is next.
Do you have audio with your presentation? No, okay, just so I will do that. You're off the screen.
All right, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of fellow lake surfers. I own Surf Ontario. So from here, how far do you think you would have to travel to find a perfect wave? According to Google Maps, it's a 3.5-hour walk from here, or about 30-minute drive. That's Scarborough Bluffs. Have a look at the picture. We were surfing there about a week and a half ago on that windstorm on that Friday. You may have seen us in the City Post just last week. That's TJ at the Bluffs. He is vying for an Olympic spot on the team, as Robin had pointed out earlier. Surfing on the lakes is in the media, that's for sure. So I'm the founder. It's arguably Canada's largest surf shop. I've surfed over 300 breaks around the world in 12 different countries, so I know a good wave when I see one. I even got married at the Scarborough Bluffs because I like the place and the waves are so good. Some more pictures. This was that last Friday. So I'm just going to go on a little bit about the wave. The wave here turns heads. It gets people talking, okay? It's the Scarborough Bluffs that are at the lighthouse there that have the best waves. There's not many good waves that are nearby. I show them to our California suppliers, and they're very impressed. There's usually 50 to 100 surfers out when the waves are up, and in the water at one time, 15 to 30. And we estimate there's about 3,000 to 4,000 surfers. That's my boy. The wave is good for all levels, young, old, men, women. We paddle surf it and bodyboard. As I said earlier, there's no other waves nearby. That's why this is an important spot for us. That west headland that would be built to the south would block off the waves from peeling into that lighthouse spot. It would also stop the main beach surf from breaking, which we frequent in the summer months. This is the headland I'm speaking about, and the waves. So business-wise, we've been selling boards since 2009. It's increasing rapidly. We've doubled in the last couple of years. We sell about 600 boards per year. Our business depends on the bluffs. Without the waves there, we wouldn't generate the interest in surfing. We'd likely move. There is another surf shop that opened up last year, Surf the Greats. That's another sign that the business is growing. Also, Board Sports and Silent Sports have long time been selling surfboards, and it's also a driver of our accessories and wetsuit sales. So it's obviously going to hurt our surf scene if the headland is built. because the waves won't be here. So it's going to impact our surf culture. It's also something that improves our health and mental state. And it's a global sport and a global connection. And the city of Toronto is very culturally diverse. We shouldn't overlook this point. We should promote and protect its growth for now and future generations. That's what you feel like after you surf.
Thank you. I'll take your word for it.
Next this summer.
Well, the water's pretty chilly. I did swim there not too long ago. Okay. Questions of the Deputy Mayor de Bearmaker.
Thank you through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. Would you agree with me that the waves that you're enjoying are they're I will call them totally artificial waves? The only
Definitely. Without Scarborough Bluffs and the marina that was built, the 3 waves would not exist.
Right, and would you agree with me that probably when they did it, they actually weren't thinking about surfing? I'll call it we, or the people who live around here, I'll call it an unintended consequence of building the Scarborough Bluffs, is they created this amazing condition for people who like to surf.
Yeah, I mean, if they were here, I'd like to thank them.
Yes.
So it's, I'm sure they didn't know, and it was a random setup, but they did a good job.
So, and at one level, you've heard to some of the boaters saying, well, we like the, I call it the spit, but the headland area.
Right.
Because it makes it safer for our families who come in and out of the club, and there's 1,000 of us.
Right.
And you're saying, well, I think you're saying you don't want or don't like that spit?
Yeah, that node that goes directly south. If it were to wrap to the west, then that's an alternative that would work for the surfers. The waves would still wrap and funnel down into that lighthouse area and continue toward the beach.
Right. So,
and it wouldn't create that rip that Robin was speaking about.
So at one level, you're not against, I'll call it a spit in general. What you really want to make sure that we do as a city is to protect either the current conditions, or if they have to change, because things will change, that we make the conditions as good as they are now, or hopefully even better if there's such a thing.
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. That helps clarify what I was trying to get at.
Yep. And I would think that yourself and the surfing community would be very happy to sit down with the staff as this gets rolled out or implemented to make sure that if we can maximize the enjoyment of surfers so that you can triple or quadruple the number of people coming here and put Scarborough and Toronto on the map as a surfing community, that would benefit everybody in this room.
I think so, definitely, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Game, thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Another question.
There just maybe a couple more. Thank you, sir. At least Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your great deputation. So you sell boards at your shop. Do you rent your boards as well?
Yes, it's a small part of the business.
And okay, so that's great to hear for people new to it, like our mayor maybe this summer. How long have you been surfing?
16 years now.
16. And here or all over your state?
Well, I started 16 years ago in Hawaii and surfed here in the summer, the next summer, so 16 years.
So you're saying this compares to Hawaii?
At times.
At times, wow.
Yeah. I'll rewind the pictures.
Yeah, and
missed them.
so your group is doing, what kind of promotion do you guys do for this? I think a lot of Torontonians don't know you can surf there. I think they would.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's changing. We do a lot of promotion through social media, obviously. You know, the pictures of the good waves that we're surfing get spread around rapidly. So that's basically how it's grown, is being on the water, surfing, and showing other people.
And to your knowledge, does Tourism Toronto or Tourism Ontario do anything on that, or?
Yeah, I think there's been some, Ontario, Discover Ontario, we've shared a few photos, and but that's a good idea to connect with them.
And do you think the city could be doing something for promotion if we're not doing
Sure,
enough?
yeah, I think definitely the city can help promote. I'd be interested in working with the city on that for sure.
Okay, and you have like a kind of a formalized group of surfers? I mean, I've heard from a lot of your surfers in my office. So like you're saying 3,000 to 4,000
right.
surfers, and are they part of a group?
It's not
connect
really necessarily like a club.
Yeah, okay.
It's just, when the waves are good, we go surfing and we have a connection that's not really quantifiable, so.
Okay, but you're kind of representing their voice today.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming. By the way, my stepson actually surfs down there too, so I hear a lot about him on that wave. Now, just more about the wave, and just it's for, I think, people's interest here, but, so there's 2 times of the season where or actually 1 time of the season where the wave is actually bigger, and that has more to do with the water movements, and I believe in the winter time, surprisingly, the wave is actually a lot bigger, is that correct?
Yeah, generally the waves are best September to April. It all depends when we get a bigger southwest wind. It's generally bigger in the winter, although that week and a half ago, that Friday, the buoy registered 8.5 feet and the waves were a little overhead. So we can get those kind of conditions in April, but it's usually November, December, January where we have the
So surprise, and I mean, that'll probably count the mayor out definitely to actually go surfing.
What's this probably stuff?
Like December, and I just found it interesting that the bigger waves, I mean, you have a very committed following of people who will actually surf in the wintertime, and and I see them, they come out. I mean, in the worst of conditions in the wintertime, they're out surfing.
It's no less crowded in the summer than it is in the winter.
Yeah.
When it's up, everyone's there.
You definitely have tenacity. Now, I'll be moving a motion, so, I mean, again, and I also understand you came into the EA process probably a little bit later than a lot of other groups, so you didn't necessarily have the opportunity to work through the EA, and unintended consequences that happen, and I get that. But when you did come in, I think I heard, I know Glenn heard, and the process heard you. I'll be moving a motion that's going to look at exploring ways to protect the existing wave conditions. And there is more work that needs to be done, and I respect the headland component and all that. We need to manage that. So we're looking at trying to figure that out as we move forward in the process. But I just wanted to let you know that motion will be moved shortly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions for you, Mr. Sandusky. We thank you very much for your presentation and for answering those questions. And that brings us to May Dowling.
I'm the techno goof here.
Good afternoon. My name is Maybeth Dowling, and I'm a resident of Scarborough. I'm here today to present a video of the Grey Abbey Beach on behalf of Jennifer Falvey, who could not be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Dowling. So are there any questions for the deputant? There's a deputant without commentary, but very interesting visuals and comments on the screen. Any questions? Well, thank you very much. That was very worth seeing. Thanks very much. Last but not least, in terms of our deputants for this item, Emily Daigle. Emily, come on up, please.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
It sounded like a nice video, but if you're visually impaired, you didn't know what was going on in the video. So it would have been nice next time if there was description. Just a little accessibility thought. So I love Scarborough. I miss Scarborough in many ways, especially my trails. Earlier, I heard the word handicapped. I hear people saying, don't ruin the nature, we can't regain it. I hear people say, oh, well, we can't have access to the beach. Well, what would it be if you only had access to 2 beaches in the entire city? Well, that is access if you can walk and have a person helping you and don't have a power chair, because the city does not possess beach chairs for us to be able to get down in the water and have fun just like all the able-bodied. I love the idea of people saying, oh, well, we want to reclaim our nature. And, you know, I love it when people don't understand what it is, that those of us with disabilities have every single much as right as any one of you in this room to access the city beaches, boardwalks, pathways, at each and every one of you. Let's get out of the 1950s derogatory speech of handicapped and being inaccessible to those that really would love to go to a boardwalk or a beach. You know, Councillor Ainsley has worked so hard for people like me when it comes to accessibility of the trails in Scarborough. Mary Margaret McMahon and the other councillors down along the beaches worked really hard after all the rains last year to get the boardwalk back up. But I'm going to tell people, yeah, I know I'm not going to show the picture because I was at the Bluffs yesterday. According to the TTC supervisor, I was the first person in a wheelchair to board the buses to go down. And I want to tell you something. I couldn't even go to the washroom down there. No wonder why people like me wear diapers, because we don't have equal access to things that people normally take for granted. I will never take nature for granted. Nature is beautiful. It is glorious. I live downtown Toronto where we have little stubby trees living in sidewalk holes that you know are going to be dead in 2 or 3 years. But what I would like people to know who are here today, being very emotional about how they want to save their sandy beaches, and they won't have access to them. Imagine not having access to them your entire life. Imagine waiting your entire life to go see the Bluffs. Go see the bottom of the Bluffers Park. It was beautiful. The first time in my life I got to see the Bluffs from below. For many people like myself, it's only a dream to go to the beaches in this city. There's one that has a bit of an accessible path on the island, but that's if you can afford to go to the island, if you can afford to take a lunch, or if you can afford to eat down there. Scarborough has been left out of many things, but people with disabilities in Scarborough have been left out of many more. And I ask you, Council, this beach, this walkway, this waterfront plan should be for everybody. Not just the able-bodied, not just the some people who live near there. who take it for granted, it seems, that they get to live near the bluffs. Those of us that are forced to live downtown or live in Toronto community housing or live in subsidized housing or group homes or wherever, we don't get the chance they get. So why not? Why are we having NIMBYism yet again? Why are we having people saying, oh, well, this is ours. You can't have it. This is ours. We don't want it paved over. Not everything has to be paved. There's hard packed gravel, there's trails. Learn from Hamilton. Anybody Councillor Ainsley said it best. Idiots to go over the fence on the top of the bluffs, in my opinion and many others' opinion, if they called 911, they should pay for that service. In Hamilton, where I grew up, Albion Falls, Devil's Punch Bowl, the same crap happens. Why don't you look at Hamilton for the way they've done their waterfront trails and their beaches? I ask each and every one of you, think about it this way, and everybody in this room needs to realize this. You all can become like me, like that. Snap the fingers. You all can become disabled in the blink of an eye. So think about it this way. What if you yourself wanted to go to the beach? Your friends are all going, but you can't go. How does that make you feel as a human being? How does it make you feel when you know that there's people that say, oh, this is ours. We live near here. We don't want it ruined. We don't want all this disturbance. Well, imagine this. I'm 39 years old. Because of that bus service, I was able to go see somewhere that I've dreamed of going to see. I was able to take some photos and some sound recordings of the waves and the birds and the trees. And you know what? I didn't have to travel 3, 4, 5 hours. Nope. Good old TTC. So when you hear people being NIMBYism about progress, when you hear people using 70, 80-year-old sayings that are derogatory, it's like if somebody called my brother a certain word that starts with N, there'd be an uproar. But yet people can look at us and call us a disgusting name. I don't have my cap in hand begging. Never have, never will. I've been homeless 9 times.
Emily, I'll have to, we gave you 2 extra minutes there, but I'll have to just ask you to conclude now. Thank you very much for your...
Our waterfront, our harbor front, our trails are for everybody, not just some. They're for every single resident of this beautiful city. Now let's remember that, because equality is for all, not just for some. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Sorry, were you pointing at something, Michael? Councilor Michael?
Good job.
Oh, sorry, Councilor McMahon, yeah. Okay.
They're just pointing at each other.
They're just pointing at each other. Okay, well, how am I to keep, how's a man to keep up with that? Any questions of the deputant? All right. Well, thank you very much, Emily, for your deputation. Appreciate that.
Well done, Emily.
All right. That is the end of the deputations, and that would bring us to questions of staff.
So is there a presentation on those?
There wasn't one that was listed as being made here, Councillor Ainsley. As far as I can tell from my agenda, I don't think so. There was one item that had a presentation. I'm trying to recall what it was now. There is to be a presentation?
I thought there
was. You could, oh, there it is. You're absolutely right. Okay. How long is the presentation? Because how long is the presentation?
Your Worship, we can do it in about 7 to 8 minutes.
Okay, I would ask that you try to do it. We have a long, long list of things, many of which are your holds that we have, and we want to keep moving along with the agenda. So I would ask that we do it, keep it to 7 minutes if we can. Thank you.
Of course. So I'll start right away, and I know they're loading up the presentation. My name is John McKenzie. I'm the CEO of the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. I'm very pleased to be here. It's been 10 years since I've deputed at City of Toronto Committee, so it's great to be back. I'm joined here today by staff involved in our project, and I guess Nancy Gaffney's here. If there's tough questions, Nancy's been the waterfront specialist on this file for the last 4 years. We also are joined by Annalise Grieve, our EA advisor, Milo Strum, a coastal engineer from Shore Plan, and Joycelyn Crowder, who is a geotechnical expert from TerraProbe, who can answer some of the more technical questions related to this project. But before I begin, I want to extend my thank you to the staff in Parks and Forestry, Transportation, Toronto Water, and the financial planning section of the city for their support on this project. Thank you very much for all the efforts that have gone into this to date. The individual EA for this waterfront project seeks to provide safe public access and an enjoyable waterfront experience while protecting and enhancing the natural environment along an 11-kilometer stretch of shoreline between Bluffers Park and East Point Park in Toronto. It's a beautiful section of the city. If you have not been there, if any of you on this committee have not visited that area, please do so. I go there regularly with my family. It is an incredible asset. The project's focused along the shoreline from the top of the Scarborough Bluffs down to the water's edge. Due to the length of the shoreline study, the study area was broken into 3 segments to aid in alternative methods development. And I guess a key thing that David Crombie spoke to was the missing link. This addresses a key missing link in the waterfront trail system. We've spoken about this before. We do expect the MOE review period to take some time, but the key thing is your approval today for us to submit this puts us on a path to realizing this great initiative that, as you've heard, has been so many decades in the making. So we're looking for your support. As a number of people have attested to previously, there's been a great deal of history, a great deal of work to get to where we are today. I just also do want to mention that the project is also consistent with a suite of planning initiatives for the City of Toronto, including the City of Toronto Official Plan, the Living City policies, the TRCA Living City policies that you and your staff, many of you have been involved in. But most importantly, it responds to the diversity and the growth in demographics anticipated over the long term in this area. There's a great deal of population growth happening in this part of Toronto, and I think you can see from these photographs in front of you today, similar projects have been completed already for parts of the Toronto waterfront. These have been a smashing success, and I can tell you, I've been to many of these events and I've been to these sections of the waterfront. They are incredible, incredible opportunities to enjoy our waterfront. And this is why the ratepayer organizations in the study area and a number of the community stakeholders have been fully engaged in this project and have lent their support, and formal submissions have come forward to this committee on that. The Port Union Waterfront Park, the Mimico Waterfront Park, in Etobicoke are examples of how a net benefit can be achieved through these types of projects. The Scarborough Waterfront Project is a holistic, integrated, collaborative approach to resolving 4 key problems: public safety, access, erosion, risk to infrastructure, and habitat integrity. This will be a citywide, region-wide, provincial destination, not just for the people that live nearby, but for everyone that will visit Toronto. Public safety is very important. We've talked a little bit about Brimley Road. It's one of the 2 primary access routes for this waterfront, heavily used by pedestrians and cyclists. Currently, the roadway is very narrow, unsafe, with steep grades, and provides pedestrian and cyclist access issues. So I think this project, in one of the first phases of this project, if it's approved by MOEC, will for us to be working on a separated multi-use trail along the east side of the road with level rest areas, and this will improve access to this area. Thank you. And none of the deputants spoke of the damage caused by informal trails and the risks posed by those that are using some of these trails. Informal trails at the top and base of the bluffs put users at increased risk of landslides, but it's also ecologically damaging. Once implemented, this project will remove the shoreline trail from the landside risk while the slope stabilizes. And this is a natural process that continues over the course of decades once the toe erosion has been stopped. Moving on to the next issue, poor public access. Only 2 formal access points to the water edge exist: Brimley Road and Doris McCarthy Trail. This project will improve access at Brimley Road and Doris McCarthy Trail and will provide 2 additional formal access points, one at the Guild and the other at East Point Park. The only formal access along the shoreline is at Bluffers Park, and the remainder of the shoreline access is informal at risk, and access east of the Guild is currently constrained by private and restricted property. The project will provide continuous formal access along the water's edge between Bluffers Park and the east side of Grey Abbey Ravine and the top of the bluffs through East Point Park, where we are preserving the beach and what is an incredible vista if you ever get out there. It's really spectacular. The only access to the waterfront for those with strollers, wheelchairs, reduced mobility, or disabilities is currently at Bluffers Park. The project will open up all 11 kilometers of shoreline and some of these key vistas over the water to people with strollers, wheelchairs, reduced mobility, or disabilities through the provision of a multi-use trail in accordance with City of Toronto guidelines. This will be a huge achievement on access. The Grey Abbey shoreline east of the Guild is only accessible by trespass of private and restricted property. Landowners in this area have expressed their concern regarding the increased liability associated with members of the public trespassing across their property. With more population, this will continue. The project will move private property at the water's edge into the public domain, providing safe public access along the shoreline. EMS are put at risk, and it's very challenging to access these areas. There's increased bluff rescue calls, and the new proposed trail route will increase EMS rescue efficiency. The project will improve public access to and along the shoreline, thereby significantly improving EMS access. As well, erosion to infrastructure is addressed through this project. The Grey Abbey Trail, the road and associated infrastructure, and the park that was spoken about today is at risk within the time frame of this project. The project will immediately stop erosion at the base of the bluffs and will minimize the loss in parkland as the slope naturally stabilizes. There was a lot of discussion today by deputants on habitat integrity. The final key problem that we're going to discuss today, terrestrial habitat in the project study area is fragmented by a 14-kilometer-long network of informal trails, and the aquatic habitat has been previously degraded through historical stone hooking activities that took place from Port Union across the waterfront. The project will decommission these informal trails and manage public use through sensitive vegetation communities. It will enhance aquatic habitat through improvements to the shoreline substrate and profile diversity. It will result in the creation of approximately 17.6 hectares of new naturalized terrestrial habitat. Other benefits of the project include resiliency to extreme weather events like we had last year, eliminating the need for dredging at Bluffers Park, which we heard about from one deputant, and again, support for the province's climate change action plan by promoting active transportation and providing enhancements. The outcomes of the Scarborough Waterfront Project are strongly beneficial for all aspects of the environment, resulting in improvements to aquatic and terrestrial habitats, improved public access to the shoreline, which is removed from the risk associated with bluff erosion and wave uprush overtopping, a better waterfront experience accessible to more people, including people with disabilities, and a project compatible with local, regional, and lake-wide plans and policies related to the natural and human environment. Your Worship, we're here to answer any questions, and I guess I just want to conclude that personally, I've been involved in planning related to the Waterfront Regeneration Trust and some of this work for over 25 years. It's great to see this project in its current state, and I'm looking forward to working with members of the committee in advancing this. We're happy to answer any questions of the committee. Thank you.
Let's just see a show of hands in terms of questions for the TRCA on the presentation or otherwise. Councillor Ainsley.
Presentation. One of the comments that we heard in the presentations or the deputations earlier was about the lack of public process. And I was at a number of meetings. If I wasn't at the meetings, my staff were at the meetings. From like the community associations in my area, for example, all support this. I was just wondering about the feedback on the consultation process.
Sure, I'll ask Nancy Gaffney, who's been involved with this for over 4 or 5 years now, to answer that question. Thank you.
So the public process was done in accordance with the Environmental Assessment Act. So we did undertake a number of public consultation exercises, not only as stakeholders, but in the community meetings as well. We did the public information centers to develop a terms of reference, which was the template for how the EA was to be undertaken, what we would be assessing, what we would be considering throughout the process. So that was approved by the minister as well. So then we had a number of other public information sessions. We did information sessions with the public in their own communities during different events. We also had a stakeholder committee that contributed their input throughout our process as well. So we did meet and exceeded all of the Environmental Assessment Act obligations, but we also undertook to make sure that the public had a good understanding of the shoreline that they were helping us make decisions about. So we did a number of exercises where they went down to the bluff in down the bottom of the bluff in a van. We tried to accommodate as many members of the public, and we did that a number of times. So hundreds of people got access to the bluffs where they never had access before. We wanted to make sure that they were informed about the decisions they were helping us make. And so we think we had a very exhaustive public process. And it wasn't just the public meetings where the input was coming from. It was also people submitting things online and also through emails, anything else. Every other opportunity for social media was also considered as input into the project as well.
Okay, and then if I look at what's before us today compared to when we first started, there seems to be a number of significant changes, like there was more access points. We took into account the work that was done at the Gill Park and Gardens. I know for the longest time, former Councillor Moser was a strong advocate. He wanted the trail on the water's edge, right from Highland Creek Ravine over to Port Union Park, and now that's recognized the issues along there with swallows and vegetation and animal habitat, and we've moved that part of the pathway up to the tablelands at the top, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to ask a question? If not, I'm going to ask a quick one. Just with respect to the mandate of the TRCA on this project, I wonder if you could give comment as you know, the driving force in your mandate that causes you to reach these particular recommendations, and just some assurances of the breadth of policies that you need to follow in order to reach these type of recommendations.
Thank you for the question. We have a strong mandate. We have to protect the natural environment, but we also have to protect public health and safety, and erosion risks are a large part of our initial inception and the mandate and mission that we carry out. So we're very cognizant of all of these. We have a policy framework, our Living City policy framework, that has been vetted here at this council, but it's been something that we have region-wide that we follow. So we're very, very concerned about the natural environment. Heard a great deal of concern from deputants today, but that is a primary part of our mission. We have a number of experts that have looked into the habitat issues. They've studied them extensively through this. We've also looked at the issues related to erosion and public health and safety. And again, based on our mandate of protecting the public interest, we've arrived at the conclusions we've arrived at through this 5-year EA study process. When you look at the work to prepare the initial terms of reference, to submit that, to get that approved by the Ministry of Environment at the time, now it's the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, we've carried on and undertaken a great deal of consultation to get to the recommendations. And all of that is informed by the studies that are conducted with the experts we have at the TRCA and with the input of the public. So I'm very comfortable with the recommendations that are before you today, that they achieve our mandate of protecting the natural environment, protecting against the risks and human health and hazards that are part of our mandate.
Thank you very much. With that, are there any other members wishing to ask a question on the presentation? If not, we'll go to questions of staff. Any members of council that are here today wishing to ask a question of staff? I see not. Any members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff? Seeing none. That's right. Members of council here today wishing to make a speech. Deputy Mayor De Baeremaeker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here, and I want to thank both our staff and all the deputants that came here. It's certainly, I will call it a very large brain trust in terms of making our waterfront an amazing place. I don't think we could pay some of the people who came here today enough money to make it any better, but they volunteer their own time, they give us input, they do the research, they go back to the documents that were written in 1987 and 1991, Bibles that they may be, they go back and they do the research, and I think it's really wonderful. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think this project has a lot, from my perspective, to do with equity. Earlier today, we talked about the LRT line that would go out to Scarborough Campus U of T. We've just at the last council meeting approved $2 billion to build the smart track system across the city, but also in Scarborough, and of course our Scarborough subway extension. So I think finally for Scarborough, we're going to have what is approaching equity in terms of our transit service, and it hasn't happened before, and I'm very glad that we're fixing that. Likewise, when I look at the waterfront trail, I can't help but look across the Victoria Park border with a little bit of envy, because from the Mississauga-Toronto border to Victoria Park, we actually have a waterfront trail that's on the water. And it's off-road, and it's safe, and it's beautiful. It has had to weave its way across the city, so when you get down to Tip Top Taylors, it sort of moves away from the water a little bit and is at least now not on a road. It's actually got its own bicycle path down there, but I think it's actually absolutely wonderful, and it helps define the city. When you get to the East End, however, you get to the Balmy Beach Club, and the trail dead ends, effectively dead ends, because at the Balmy Beach Club, you gotta head north and take your 6-year-old twins up a very steep hill, up to Kingston Road, let your twins and yourself and your family and your friends take your bike along Kingston Road, cut into a subdivision, and zig and zag and zig again and zag again, and you keep zigging and zagging all the way up on the tableland. You never actually see Lake Ontario up there. You never actually see the shore or see the nature, but in the Scarborough section of the, in quotes, waterfront trail, it just isn't there until you get down to the Rouge Marsh at the end of Lawrence, when we actually cross the border into Pickering, and it becomes a beautiful trail again. And that's nobody's fault. We can't, I think, blame our four founders in Scarborough or Toronto Council. That's just the way history evolved. But to see this project come forward, that Scarborough will have a waterfront trail, I think is wonderful. I think it brings equity to the 650,000 people who haven't had that advantage of being able to celebrate their waterfront and to share it. Because right now, if you're on a bike, you can get anywhere on the waterfront trail in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, easy. If you're down in the beach area and you get on your bike, you'll be able to get out to any part of the Scarborough waterfront in an easy 20, 30-minute ride, in a comfortable ride that you could have 6-year-old twins with you, get on a bike in downtown Toronto at Yonge Street, and well, from Yonge Street it might take you 40 minutes, 45 minutes, but on a leisurely bike ride, get it to any part of the waterfront that you want. So I think it's going to do a lot to unify the city. I'm very glad that the Scarborough residents are still not petitioning to get their sand back from downtown Toronto. You know, we given Scarborough. We've given all that sand to our colleagues in downtown Toronto to have a nice island. It'll be nice that we have the investment out on the east end of the city. And finally, Mr. Chair, to my colleagues who are worried, I support Councillor Crawford's motions. I move the same, well, similar motions at the Conservation Authority, and I think we're going to fix what I call that one spot that still needs to be fixed, and I think it's going to be spectacular. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon, I had you. Were you first? Councillor Crawford, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move a motion that City Council requests the Toronto Region Conservation Authority in consultation with appropriate staff to A, maximize, maintain, and or create new sandy shorelines, including a further review of the key sand shorelines such as Grey Abbey. B, to explore ways to protect existing wave conditions, and C, to include public amenities such as accessible washing facilities through a continued engagement of interested stakeholders. I won't read the rest, but it's about funding and ensuring that the Brimley Road reconstruction is a priority. First of all, I too want to thank all the constituents, my constituents, a lot of them, but the deputants for coming down and speaking their minds today. It was important that we hear them because this has been a very long process. Today we are seeking approval to send this EA up to the province, and the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Change will determine whether or not they're going to move forward or actually say yes or no to this. So this is a point in our decision-making process. Now, if we say no to the EA today or up at council, all the work is gone. It dies. And, you know, honestly, I don't think I heard that from a lot of, in fact, almost all of the deputants, maybe one accepted, didn't say we want to kill this EA. They didn't say we want to say no to the Scarborough Waterfront project. What they said is there still needs to be work to be done. And my amendments that I have moved recognize that and will, in fact, as we go through the design process and the process overall, we'll look again at those issues. So I'm confident because I did work with Councillor de Bearmaker and, of course, TRC on that. So I'm confident that that will happen for those individuals. But when you look at the Scarborough Waterfront project, let's look at, we heard some of the challenges we have, but let's look at some of the benefits that are going to happen out of this, and I know the presentation mentioned that. For the first time, we're going to have Brimley Road reconstructed, and we're going to be having it accessible for people to walk down and for bicycles. I'm guaranteed, we're just looking forward to a death anytime soon, so that's going to be happening. We're going to have more space for picnicking, gathering by the water. We're going to have an expanded beach at Bluffers Park over time. It's going to be improvements for the boaters. And again, we're protecting cycling, walking along the shoreline, including people who have mobility issues, and I want to thank Emily for her comments. Listen, the Scarborough Waterfront or the Scarborough Bluffs is an iconic part of this city. I moved there over 20 years ago because of the natural beauty, as everybody here. But as you've seen in cities worldwide, we need to manage nature. That is the reality living in a city. We don't have a choice. We need to manage that, and I think a lot of that is in these recommendations. But we got to balance out the realities. We live in a big, big city, and there are a lot of people coming to want to enjoy those natural habitats. Bluffers Park is one of them. 20 years ago, I could have walked down on that beach on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday, and there'd be 20, 30, 40 people maximum. You can't even get down there on weekends now. So that is a reality we need to manage. It's about managing growth, but actually what it is, and we've heard that from some of the deputants, it's about managing popularity. We need to do that the people are coming. At the end of the day, those people are coming, and we have a responsibility to manage that beautiful heritage that's going to be there for the next 10,000 years in a proper way. I do believe this EA does that, along with the amendments that I have moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, and question of the mover.
Yes, Councillor Crawford. I'm just curious, your word choice here. So number 1 says City Council requests that the TRCA in consultation with appropriate staff. I'm just looking at the word requests and asking you why you would use that word versus something stronger like direct.
Well, actually, I mean, clerks could probably answer that, but I did actually, my first reiteration was to direct the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, because I want to make it clear that we feel this is important to direct them. But it's just through we aren't, because TRCA is a separate body, we can't actually direct them. They need to make decisions on their own. So as we have done in previous motions at City Council, the only wording we could actually say is request. But I can say in my conversations with them as we were preparing this that in many ways my support of this whole overall recommendations were key. These were very key. So I think they recognize how important this is, and they've made the commitment to me, and this is the wording that was suggested through staff, through legal, through a number of different eyes, I guess, to reach that outcome that I'm looking for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And I just want to thank all the deputants for coming out and staying with us all day. It's maybe not your number 1 choice to spend with us on a sunny day. But I have to say that it's been one of the most informative and interesting afternoons that I've spent in this lovely room with Executive Committee. And it's because of you and all your stories. And it's so, you know, a diverse array of groups. And you have your surfers and your walkers and your people who live locally and people who don't live locally, and your yacht club and your expertise, and you're even bringing in former big political big guns. So I really appreciate that, because I think we've all learned that something new today, and we're super keen to get down to the Bluffs again. It's been way too long for me, but as someone who represents a waterfront area of Toronto, I appreciate your passion and your concern and your motivation to push us to get this right. And so that's why I think I'm happy to support Councillor Crawford in tweaking this a bit more. And I'm also, what concerns me is, you know, the institutional knowledge that is sometimes lost with transfer and newly elected politicians, especially those of us who believe in term limits. And but I always have to get that in. This beautiful waterfront Bible that was shown to us by our waterkeeper wizard. I don't think if he's left, but you know, it's the first time I've heard about that book, and my apologies, but I think it should be mandatory reading for all new councillors and all old councillors, or councillors who have been here for a while. So again, we've learned something new, and we're all eager to get down there, whether we surf or walk, but we're keen to explore your bluffs and support keeping them pristine. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the recommendations in this report, and I'll be supporting the motion that was put forward by Councillor Crawford. I've been elected for 12 years. When I was first elected, I was appointed to the TRCA. At that time, there was a group of people that came in from the federal government that were working on the Great Canadian Waterfront Trail, which was going right across the country. And they sat down and they looked at me and they said, "Councillor, you're in the Scarborough Triangle." And I said, "The Scarborough Triangle?" And he says, and the gentleman said, "Yes." He said, "Your ward, Councillor Crawford's ward, and Councillor Hart's ward, there's no access whatsoever to the waterfront. We refer to that as the Scarborough Triangle, and we're trying to fix that and deal with it to make the waterfront more welcoming." And I went back to the TRCA and I said, "You know, what are we doing around waterfront accessibility?" And they said, "We have a plan we're working on. It's going to be done in stages because we have a number of issues along the Scarborough waterfront. Accessibility is one of them, but we have to do this carefully, that we also protect some areas that are very environmentally sensitive, that it's done right, that it's done in a meaningful way." We've had a 4 to 5 year public process where we've had a large number of community meetings, outreach. I look at this plan, as I mentioned earlier, my questions, what we have before us today has changed quite a bit from what we had 5 years ago, as we've looked how to incorporate more access points from Bluffers Park, Dorothy McCarthy Trail, Brimley Road, the Galloway Road construction site, which is, it's a construction road, but in my area, it's one of the key points, access points along the waterfront. And this is an area that is not only appreciated by residents in Scarborough, but right across the city. I often laugh. I have people that come from other parts of the city and they look at the Scarborough Bluffs and they'll say to me, "Wow, you know, how long's this been here?" And I have to laugh, as I'm sure many of our colleagues around the table do and the TRCA do. And I look at the people and I say, "Well, they've been here a couple of million years." I said, once in a while we wash them off, we clean them up a bit, we put them on a postcard, and we try and make sure that not too many people find out about them. But people do find out about them. Just last week, I did a cleanup at East Point Park with the Greater Toronto Water and Sewer Contractors Association. We took car chassis out, we took a transmission out, a lot of garbage, and it's been dumped along our shoreline that, you know, gets tucked away sometimes that people don't always see. But it comes, you know, the GTC, Greater Toronto Water Main and Sewer Contractors Association, came from all over the Greater Toronto area to help clean up that shoreline. They appreciate the beauty of it just like we do in the Guild, the TRCA. This was passed almost unanimously at the last TRCA meeting, and I would ask everybody here to support it as well as we continue to make sure that this area of waterfront is a jewel, not only for the people in Scarborough, but for the entire Greater Toronto area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. And I would say that I asked quite a few questions, so I'll keep my comments very brief. But I do want to, like Councillor McMahon, just really thank the many speakers we had here today. You did an excellent job, and it was very informative and helpful in us shaping our decisions. I have to say that you know, shoreline hardening, it degrades and dramatically alters ecosystems, period. And we shouldn't even be contemplating such things. It has, shorelines hold tremendous ecological value, and we have to protect them and preserve our natural beaches and our sandy shorelines and our natural state. So we should just be leaving things alone, quite frankly. But I think that we also have to find a way to navigate this. I think Councillor Crawford's motions do that beautifully. I would prefer the language to be a bit stronger, but as we've heard from Councillor Crawford, because it's not a city division, it's an outside body, an agency, that the word request, according to city clerks, have to be used. So I'm completely fine with that. I also want to thank Councillor Crawford for, in the motion, second motion, also just adding in to accomplish the objectives as outlined in recommendation 1. I think because that gives the whole motion even more strength. And I just, as I said earlier in my questions, I met with the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative former head on Friday. I've met with them several times in my capacity as Chair of Public Works, and they were very surprised that we were even entertaining such a thought of shoreline hardening. It's the way of the past. It is not the way of the future. And again, I would just end on saying thank you very much for the hard work of many deputants and speakers who were here today advocating for what's very important in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to this item from the committee? Seeing none, I'll speak very briefly. I just want to say that I'll be supporting staff recommendations before us. Although I'm from Etobicoke, from the west end of the city, I have gone through a similar process on a smaller scale with a very sensitive creek valley, where there was a trail and some major civil works that were proposed. And you know, it's not a surprise that whenever you change the natural environment, it's a controversial subject, and there are different viewpoints on this. But in my process, the lens that I took was that the project that was occurring was actually a smaller piece in a much larger system. And it spoke to the entire watershed trails and eventually the trails across the city and across the region. And it reminded me about why it was very important. My experiences with the TRCA have been excellent. I found them to be a group that are very sensitive to the public policy framework and the various laws that we have to work under and the objectives that we have to achieve under that. And I would also say that they have a very strong commitment to the natural environment. And I could see that throughout the project in the choices that they made and the recommendations that they made. And I would lastly say that they are also strongly committed to the city that we live in and to the people that live within the city, making sure that we can coexist with the natural environment. And for that, I think their recommendations are excellent, and I look forward to the EA moving forward. Thank you. So on Councillor Crawford's amendments to the committee, all those in favor? Okay.
All those in favor of Councillor Crawford's motion? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Balau, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Yep. Item is amended. All those in favor?
We have another recorded vote?
Certainly.
All those in favor of the motion item as amended?
David.
Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Councillor Balau, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. The clerks have advised me we've got a timed item, EX 34.4, optimizing the citywide office portfolio that was originally timed for 4 o'clock. Councillor Shiner, you're here. I don't think you held it, but are there any, forgive me, you did hold it. Are there any questions of staff?
When I can, yes.
Of course.
Clear the room.
Folks, if I can ask you to take the conversations to the hallway, we've got a number of items we've got to continue along. Thank you for coming today.
Can you believe it's 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
It's 5. It feels like it's about 2.
I know, it's 5 o'clock.
So we're going to be here for a while.
Okay, we're on item EX 34.4, optimizing the citywide
Mr.
office
Chair?
portfolio.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask,
Deputy Mayor
item
Bailão.
34.15, we have two speakers. Can I just, I just wonder if they are in the room, because the local councillor and staff are here, and we just want to make sure that the speakers are here. Otherwise, we could probably dispose of the item and let staff go and the local councillor go to a local community meeting.
So the speakers are Norma Silva and Virginia Silva Aviles. Are those speakers here? And I'll put it to the committee if there is interest in dealing with this matter right now.
Sorry,
I will do that.
Which item is it?
That is EX 34.15, creating new affordable rental homes at John Street and King Street in the Weston Community Cultural Hub. There are two speakers registered. I don't know if the speakers are here.
There is one. We've confirmed.
Clerks are advising that we have a speaker, so we've got to,
Oh, we
we're gonna
do?
have to hold that item. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Silver's here.
Okay.
She's just taking her medication.
Yep, we just want to
For a
confirm.
minute.
The local councillor.
34.4. Questions of staff.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, sir. And I guess, Josie, you're answering the questions?
It would be between ourselves and Antoinette.
Okay, so there's 3 floors that have been looked at so far.
That is correct.
Who's on the, planning's in North York, who's on the 2nd and the 15th?
So through the chair, on the 15th.
Sorry, I can't hear you, and Mr. Chairman, my time is running, but I can't hear with all the noise. Thank you.
Restart the clock there.
So Councillor Shiner, through the chair, the 15th floor of Metro Hall is IT, and on the 2nd floor of Metro Hall is facilities management, environment, energy, as well as real estate.
Thank you. You came to a number here of 140 square feet, so that's based on the experience you've had with those divisions?
That was based on work we did with Gensler, which is Gensler is an organization that we use to actually look at the design and what best practices were out there, and that was used within the city based on the last 3 pilots that we've done.
So have you worked with the other... Sir Francis, please. So my concern is that the space might not have or might not work for the other divisions.
So through the chair, we are working on 3 other pilots right now, and there are people that are moving into the space right now.
Who are they?
They're with Shelter. They're moving in this week. We also working with Water. They moved into floor 18 of Metro Hall. And we're also working with Toronto Employment Services, and they're all moving in this week and next week.
Into Metro Hall?
Into Metro Hall. And just so...
No,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No disrespect.
No problem.
But then they'll tell me I have no time left after.
Understood.
And I'm sorry, I had to leave for a while, Josie.
No problem.
7 to 10 million is what you're calculating you're going to save.
Sorry, Councillor.
It's the same thing. You know what, can my colleague do us a favor and have the conversation herself so the staff could hear?
Sorry, Councillor, do you want to repeat that again? Sorry.
Sorry, you say in your report 7 to 10 million. So how much, where are you getting that from?
So what I'm going to ask is the analysis that was done through Crate TO, if Ashmead and Antoinette could answer that.
So the $7 to $10 million is based on 10 to 15% of the total operating cost for the entire office portfolio, which is $70 million.
So you just picked the number. Now, you're supposed to be identifying sites in Q2, and I understand you've identified some sites that might be possible sites. What sites are you looking at right now?
It's still too early in the process to identify
I understand that
which
there are sites that have been identified already that might be potential sites, and I'd like to know what they were.
It is too early in the process. We are just really taking the study that's been done to date and validating the information. And there is, as you can appreciate, there's a lot of sensitivity around identifying
I know, and I'd
that
like-
we're not sure of at this point.
I didn't ask which ones you've decided.
It is
And I am asking straightforward, what sites have been prioritized for consideration?
So, if I may, Councillor Shiner, the Civic Center's own sites, it's on page 10. Those sites are not ones that we would be looking at for potential, to basically unlock value of the land. But we are looking at the corporate office buildings owned. Those are ones that we are looking at as potential sites to unlock land value. And the other area that we're looking at, reducing the cost structures on the office.
That was your last question.
Also.
So I do respect.
Okay, one more, last question.
I'm trying to understand this, and it was interrupted numerous times. My understanding is that there's consideration of vacating or giving up 75 to 81 Elizabeth Street by the square over here, the Civic Center in York, and also having TTC move out of their building at Yonge and Davisville. And there's also consideration of building an office building right behind City Hall here on Elizabeth Street.
This is still all very early review and still being considered. We also have a bunch of leases.
I didn't ask. I asked, are those, in due respect, I'm not getting an answer. So Josie, could you answer, please?
Sorry,
Are
point of
those-
privilege, could we just? could
No,
I
no,
just-
don't privilege. I'm asking.
Councillor
Well,
McMahon,
I find
hang on.
quite disparaging.
It is disparaging because I'm not getting an answer.
Maybe it's not.
Councillor Shiner, just ask your question once, please. Allow the staff to answer.
Trying to.
One question, please.
And you're over time.
And on point of privilege, Councillor McMahon, I don't need you to interrupt me and to try and tell me when I'm asking a question.
Okay, Councillor Shiner, that's enough.
Interrupt if you're impugning.
There's no point of privilege there.
Yes, if
Please
I
ask the question.
I will understand that, but I am very
Councillor
polite to
Shiner,
staff.
please ask the
You're being
question.
rude, so please don't jump in here.
Councillor Shiner, please ask the question.
So Josie,
Go ahead.
I'm asking the question because the majority of this project was done while you still had responsibility. It started over 2 years ago. There are a number of properties that might be considered. One of them, I understand, might be the TTC head office on Yonge Street. One of them might be where we just put up the big sign over here for Sam the Record Man at Elizabeth Street. And another one might be the York Civic Center, which is a very interesting site. And then I also understand there's consideration to putting an office building behind Toronto City Hall, which may be a problem because we're just going through a view corridor study and you can't build over there. So I wanted to know if that was part of your consideration.
So the last one, no, was not part of our consideration. We have been looking at all the sites that you referred to. The York one was not part of the consideration, as you just described earlier. We have been looking at working with TTC, absolutely, and we've actually gone to their board and we're reviewing that in further detail, and we have to go through that in more detail. And I would say that even the one behind us, right, we have not determined that at this point in time because we have to do further analysis.
Thank you. Did you have any more questions, Councillor Shiner?
Well, I'm told my time is up.
Your time is up. With the consent of the committee, would you like another round? No. Okay. To speak on the item. Do the members of the committee wish to allow a variance of the procedure? Okay.
Okay, because there was so much commotion in here, I didn't really get to hear what the answer was as far as these civic centers. Can you tell me, is the York Civic Center on this list?
So through the...
And I want to hear it publicly, because I don't want to happen, the York Civic Center, what happened at Rockcliffe Yards, where there was no consultation.
North York Civic Center will be looked at, as all the civic centers will be looked at, and there will be consultation on it, as there will through the whole process. I refer you to page 11 of the submission, which outlines our process for review. So it will follow a process.
So why are we not having the consultation meetings now rather than before bring this report forward for council to vote on these recommendations? Like the consultation meetings have to be held now, not later.
Can I answer that?
Because if there's any consideration given to the York Civic Center, we need to consult now.
One of the mandates of Create-TO is to come forward with a strategic portfolio strategy for the city. All that this study will do is we've picked up from where the city has been working on this. Josie and her team have been working on this for several years. There's been pilots. It is a cornerstone of our strategic plan. We will come forward with a plan and a recommendation that says, here's where we believe the opportunities are, and we will get input. Through that process, we will also be consulting, but no decisions will be made. Council will have an opportunity to say yes or no at that point in time.
No, but once you've made the decision that you're going to, after the pilot, give locations on what site you're interested in selling, then you go out to the community, then it's a done deal, and the community feels that the deal has been done.
Question, Councillor.
This is
No,
not
I mean, I just don't understand why we're doing this. Like,
So, if I
look what
may-
happened to Rockcliffe Yards. No consultation at all.
So Councillor Nunziata, the intent is not to not consult with yourself or the staff themselves that are part of these organizations. And before we would do anything, it would come to council for approval. And before it even come to council, we would have that discussion with you.
Thank you.
Well, it should be done
Councillor Thompson, did you signal for a question?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, when I read the report, I had the vision of a strategic plan, thoughts, and I didn't actually see that in the report. Is that what will come, or is that what you're working on in order to bring that forward? And so through that, you identify particular properties and so on, and you'll bring that forward for further discussion?
Yes, we are looking at the entire portfolio using the experience of the pilots. There's been, some work done on this, and it will be a fulsome plan. It includes Toronto Community Housing. The only group that it doesn't include is Toronto Hydro at this point. So it will be looking at the whole portfolio and providing a recommendation on how to modernize the city's portfolio of assets that it's using, owned and leased.
Right. I realize about the real estate and the assets, as you pointed out. I was just wondering whether or not consideration, maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Yoli, whether or not consideration is being given, for example, to our staff being able to work remotely and so on, and as to be able to reduce the need or the demand for physical assets, because there are now areas around the world where people are doing that more and more, and I'm just wondering if that's part of the objective.
So through the chair, we actually have been doing a pilot, Councillor Thompson, and that pilot has been for the last 6 to 8 months. We will continue doing the pilot throughout the rest of the year and come back to council with a teleworking policy that absolutely complements what you just stated right now. And it's actually part of the practices that are out there in the industry.
Right. And so the dollar sum that I sort of highlighted when I read it, then you're just giving us sort of a ballpark based on your assessment. You're not saying that this is actually going to be the actual sum. It could be greater, it could be less, but nonetheless, it really speaks to the overall strategy in terms of how
It's
to
parameters, yeah, correct. We've done some parameters, and what we've tried to outline here is some of the outcomes, the criteria around this. Plus, we're also trying to be really clear that unlocking land value does not mean selling our land and our properties. It's to actually, we can utilize it for other types of requirements we have from a city perspective. And that's an important part based on the mandate.
Right. Having served on the bill board, I totally get that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Barlow, questions?
Thank you. I was pretty clear on this report, but with the questions that have been asked, I'm a little bit confused. I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. What we're trying to do here is to modernize and optimize our office space. That's what you're requesting direction to do in here, correct?
That is correct.
So what happens after, you don't have any direction, you would still have to come to this council if there is any buildings, any leases that we need to not have anymore, that would be dealt at a next phase. This phase is how do we create better environment for our workers, more efficient, better environment for people to work with, how can we optimize different parts of our city to create actually some economic development in different parts of the city. That's what we're trying to get through this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so any disposition, anything related to what to do or not to do with assets, that's a different thing.
That is a different discussion, and what we're trying to do is actually determine what potential we have to unlock land value to utilize it in different ways from a city perspective and modernizing us at the same time.
But, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So, Ms. Cioli, so what this report does, it's basically looking at our real estate holdings in a citywide lens.
From an office perspective, correct.
Yes, and can you just, so there's I've lost it, the Gensler report?
Gensler, correct.
Which talks about our square foot per employee and that we seem to be pretty high above what's considered the current industry standard.
That's correct. We actually utilized Gensler about 2-3 years ago in doing the study with us.
And could you just refresh our collective memories about, so there was a pilot project done in Metro Hall that at one point, 7 years ago, you would go in there and people would say, staff are tripping over each other, that there's no room, we need a bigger building. You did this pilot project in Metro Hall, and can you explain a bit about what happened as a result of the pilot project?
So I'll take you through the second floor of Metro Hall, Councillor Ainsley. We actually we went from square footage of probably per person just over 200, and we went to about 140 on average. We actually are about 240 potential folks in that space on the second floor. We have potential of 320, so we've increased the opportunity to have more space, and we also created more collaborative space for staff. We actually created what we call the right to light. Our staff, our frontline staff are actually at the windows. We took management, we put them in the core, in the middle, and created more of that opportunity, and it's more collaborative and more engaging. We actually reduced also the cost of energy by about 20%, and we also got rid of a lease outside, an external lease too. So we've been able to do a lot. This is a learning that was part of what we were trying to do in order to move forward with this modernization approach, and we're working with other divisions, and we have like 25 divisions that are actually got their name in the inventory to actually work with us on this.
Sorry, 25 divisions?
Other groups that want to work with us on modernizing their space, and it becomes because everything is also very technology driven too. We have the whole space that people can actually, no matter where they are in the space, they can actually move around and work very collaborative with the groups.
Right, and I understand from a remote working perspective that some of the rooms that I've seen, there's a lot more opportunity for video conferencing from remote workspace.
Our IT group did a lot of great work with us in allowing for that ability to be more mobile, correct.
And once again, this is on a citywide perspective, so there's the opportunity for probably collapsing some of the leases that we have on non-city-owned buildings, but
correct.
This is really about more modernizing our city workforce.
That is correct. And just to give you an idea, the employee satisfaction with both groups went up by 35 points.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Councillor Shiner is indicating he desires a second round. Do we have the consent? I'm going to ask a question first. Do we have the consent of the committee to go to a second round? I think we do. Okay, I'll ask mine. With respect to the disposition of properties, should they be determined not to be required? And I recognize as well that we are talking about probably office leases here, but we could be disposing of city-owned office spaces, possibly, depending on the outcome. Is there a circulation process? How does council reach the decision on that? How do we go through all of the steps to ensure that we're ready to release the asset?
We would follow the city process for dealing with potentially surplus assets. It would be circulated. We would look at whether there's other uses for the property before jumping to making it surplus. So it will follow the city process.
Is there an approval gate for council should you want to decommission an asset from its current use for office space? So collapse down and move the people elsewhere, and then we find ourselves in the situation with a surplus asset. Would council know before that happens?
Yes, they would.
And what would that process be?
They would be approving that whole decision, moving from X to Y, and if something becomes surplus, what we will do with that. We would be making that recommendation to council as well.
And so what's the vehicle for that? Are there update reports expected as part of as this strategy rolls out to council?
We will be coming to council with our report in Q1 2019, laying out the plan. It will be a multi-year plan, I believe, because this is a huge undertaking. And that plan will identify what assets we would be getting out of and what may be possibly considered, I won't use the word surplus, would not be required for that office use, and we would be looking at alternate uses. So we will be making a recommendation on that.
Councillor Shiner.
So where is this? The original proposal came forward in 2015, the modernization. And then we had also an approval to do the pilot projects. So what are you asking for that you didn't have permission to do before?
What we have done is taken that experience from the pilots and applied it to the whole portfolio of office space used by the city. We've looked at the civic properties, we've looked at the owned buildings, and we've looked at the lease.
Antoinette, that's not my question. So Josie, in 2015, we gave permission to look at the modernization, and after that we gave permission for a pilot. I know this is part of the reporting as to where you'd like to go next, but what permission did we not give you there that you have now? Because part of the protocol at that time was to identify the properties and to look at them. It's part of the report request that we had 2 years ago.
So Councillor
It
Shiner.
was protocols, it was identify properties and look at the money. So I'm trying to understand what hasn't been completed on that and what you need right now and different requests or permission that you don't already have.
So what we had requested through those specific reports that you're referring to was really looking at piloting the standards that we just referred to earlier, and that's all we had asked for. And then what we said we were going to come back with was a more detailed request. And what we're saying here right now is part of the office portfolio, and we never had TTC and others in the review when we were going through that at that point in time. So what we're saying is going to be a holistic review, and that we're going to come back with a full business case in Q1 and requesting, because these pilots one-on-one are not advantageous. We have to do them more holistically. We've been doing floor by floor and requesting them budget by budget, and it doesn't actually, to me, it actually has to be a full review and a full investment towards it, and that's what we're requesting right now, and to work with other agencies and corporations too, which we did not have before. Yeah. And
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll go to speakers. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none.
When it comes into committee, but
Okay. Councillor Shiner, did you want to speak?
sure, Mr. Deputy Mayor, sir. First of all, and I think Josie knows it and so does Antoinette, have the utmost respect for the staff of the city and the work that they do always. But they also know, and it's a learning experience, that when you have 3 minutes, I need people to be quick and prompt on their answers. Otherwise, my 3 minutes are gone before I can ask my next question. And that frustrates us when we're trying to go forward. When I read this and I'm reading the initial report, I'm trying, and I see that there are things missing in it because I think it's important to, first of all, better coordinate with some of the divisions. We're talking about what they might be able to do, but when I've asked divisions around here, where have you been consulted? Because we have this big chart that told us all the people that are supposed to be part of this review. That was in the other report. I asked a lot of the managers there, they weren't consulted. And my concern is that if their staff needs are different than the standard that's in a report, we're going down a road that might not work for everyone. The second part of it is some spaces, why I asked about those specifically, are important to us. The old Hillcrest office buildings for the TTC, that's a symbolic place for them to be in, and also a place where we wouldn't look for high-density development, and we wouldn't look to, because it's a historic site, to change that. But if they're going to be there and they're part of the considerations, or over at Elizabeth Street where we just put up the Sam the Record Man sign after looking forever as a place to put it, we should know about that, and we should know about it now. And if it's one, it shouldn't be hidden from us. It should be up front. It's for us to consider. Your best recommendations, our consideration of it, and then go forward collectively at council as to how they'd like to go. So I'm trying just to make sure that everything is open and upfront. And in particular, and no disrespect to Create TO, this was approved in 2015. Create TO only came to life in 2018. The bulk of this has been done by real estate people within the division until this point in time, and that's where the knowledge is, and some are working with Create. But it makes it difficult to try and follow it. Difficult because the chain is somewhat getting broken on it. Difficult because many of the people in this here can't even tell me they were consulted on it. So it makes me question things that I had when I was reviewing it over the weekend and trying to see where this was at. So what I want to see is be sure that as it goes forward, it's upfront, it's open, the opportunities are there for the divisions to look. We have great staff within every division. They should be involved with it and understand what their needs are so we have it, but make sure that you're getting the buy-in from the beginning and not have sites that may be difficult to work with so you don't know. Find out from us now. That's what council does. It shuts some down and approves others. That's the way that it works, and I just want my colleagues to be aware of it so none of us at Create ATO are ever accused of having something that wasn't there and up front for them to see.
Thank you very much. Are there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. On the item, all those in favor? That's carried.
To Deputy Mayor Holliday. Well, I just had to slide out for a meeting, and what we're going to do to accommodate a councillor who's been kind enough to be with us today on a matter that affects her area is to, with your concurrence, hear next EX 34.15, a new affordable rental homes at John and King in Weston Community Cultural Hub. And we have two deputants, which is why it was held. The first is Norma Silva, not here. And the second is Virginia Silva Aviles. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's a long day, and you have probably seen the others 3 minutes, and we're glad to have your thoughts today.
Yeah, good afternoon. My mother apologizes for not being able to be here. Her name is Norma Silva, and she wanted to, and in her absence, I will be more than glad, Mr. Mayor, and all of you honorable people, to give you some excerpts of the court proceeding that happened over 10 years ago regarding when children say took members of Children's Aid Society took my barely 6-month-old son. They took him they kidnapped my son pretty much. And now it is so hard for us to get the family together with all of my children because we don't have affordable housing. And we live in a horrible rundown apartment that was actually condemned a number of times. And the late Rob Ford, he was there 3 times. And he investigated, and it was absolutely horrible. And he had to wear a hard hat in order because the roof has fallen a number of times. So the thing I wanted to say is that please do build this place, and that in this particular ward, I never had the chance to speak with that particular counselor, Mrs. Agumieri, unfortunately. We went to the Oscar Romero. Is anybody listening? We went to the Oscar Romero to apply for emergency housing, but we were denied because they claimed that because of my place of origin, that place was built for refugees from El Salvador, and also there have been some people from Nicaragua and other Latin American countries. But because I came some years earlier, my family immigrated from Ecuador some years earlier, we did not qualify for the townhouses. So we told them we're going to lose the children. I had a very bad feeling, but there was no human heart for us to. We knocked a number of doors, including, I tried to speak with you, Mrs. Argumieri, on a number of times some years ago, but you refused to hear me. And only now you claim, I know you cannot give me housing, but it's still, sorry, I still feel that as a Canadian, born outside, I deserve to be heard. Because I've given the best years of my life to this country, and I have contributed, including 15 years as a sweep solid waste environmental caucus here at City Hall. And my first babies that I helped to give birth were the blue, the green, and the gray boxes. And at least I deserve to be honored because I helped you until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, arguing with Coca-Cola and all kinds of top-notch, well-dressed lawyers. Back then, I was a young teenager, and I gave the best years of my life to this city and to you. And even if I were to live, you will have a picture of me when you see those blue boxes in your backyards, wherever you put them. It is me. My heart, my love for this city, and for my gratitude for Canadians. You follow what I'm saying? And in the last minute, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
Something a little bit different here today, which is to create affordable housing in Weston.
Yes.
And it's in a different area than Councillor Aljamari's area. But what I would like to do is just see if we can't perhaps reestablish some contact between yourself and the city housing people, and also maybe Councillor Aljamari, if that's where you are.
No, I'm not in her. I'm not. Nunciata, I mean, I am not in.
Councillor Aljamari.
I am with Constable Joe Cresty.
Joe Cresty.
So I just want to point out to you guys that in light of the past, the terrible past, what had happened, you cannot give me back the 15 years that I have lost with my children.
Yes.
But by the same token, what I'm telling you is that there is a gap, huge gash in the system. I understand, and my heart goes to everybody who has lived and still living at the Oscar Romero place. And I do, and I have fought with people from El Salvador, shoulder to shoulder, and God knows that a lot of people told me, you got no business talking and advocating for El Salvador or people from Central America, because I was born elsewhere. And my heart has been there as a sister back then, and now as a mother, and of course as a Canadian, okay? So this is the reason why I'm here. And there is an awful lot of gossip, Your Honor, Mr. Mayor. And that's why I am here, in order to establish the thing. I'm not going to sleep with somebody from El Salvador just to get housing there.
Okay.
Just
Well,
in case. But
I-
anyway, before
I
I leave to you, the community culture hubs,
Yes.
I think we are 20 to 25 years too late. Well, not too late, because there are more seniors alive and coming up. And we need to have a space, if it's true that it is good, the regular Western European health management or healthcare. We also need the holistic ways at the local thing. They don't need to go to Switzerland or come to my country, you know, to get massage and mud bath and what have you. You see what I would love to have you, all 4 million of Canadians, but I think we need something more tangible and cheaper at affordable prices.
All right, well,
you know, so
I'm going to have to stop you there, because we've had twice as much time as everybody else got today, and that's because you had a very important story you wanted to tell. And so what I'd like to do is have you perhaps just talk to somebody, whether it's from my office, and just make sure that whatever help and further input that you want to give, that you have a chance to do that. We just can't do it here indefinitely. So
I would love to give you guys, if you want to finally get involved, I will leave Canada, no problem.
Just an appointment.
Nobody's suggesting.
I would love to at least see my children.
Yeah.
And also show you an excerpt of the nonsense that I have to put up with children say, and the gossips stops here.
Okay.
You follow? People have judged me and my family on gossip, not on, on things
okay, ma'am,
that have happened. But I will fax you, sir.
That's not happening here.
No, not
you know,
right now.
Children's Aid is not our responsibility, but we can certainly listen, and we have some people that can sit down with you for a minute.
No,
right
housing.
now. All right.
I need to clear up the stuff about housing. I don't need, lawyers will help with Children's Aid.
Thank you very much for coming today and for all your patience and waiting to be heard.
No,
Appreciate that.
thank you.
And good luck with all of your challenges. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem. You
That
don't need to be
I
sorry.
have to meet you under this circumstance, Mr.
No
Mayor.
problem.
Although I gave you a hug on Salsa on St. Clair, which I also helped to build the salsa thing.
Okay.
Okay, God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, bye.
All right, then, we had next to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff on the affordable housing in the Weston Community Cultural Hub? All right, any speakers? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I just briefly asked the committee, this is in Ward 11 in Weston, just to briefly for the committee to support the recommendations. This is a good news story, actually, this project. We had an event Friday at the site, and hopefully the site will be completed by the fall. And it's the Artscape, it's a partnership with Artscape, it's the Culture Hub, and as well as affordable housing. And this is very exciting news for my community, and we're looking forward to the opening and the ribbon cutting, actually probably in September and October. So I'd just like to thank Sean that's been involved in it over the years, and as well as the farmers market that we're having along John Street. So just ask the committee to move the recommendations on my behalf, please, and on behalf of my community. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I will just say that I'm happy to move the recommendations because I was holding it for deputations, and this is one of the great projects of our city that's going to bring whole new life for everybody to Weston, and I think it's fantastic. I was out there for the groundbreaking, and it's all going to be fabulous. So I'm happy to move it, and I think if we're ready for the question, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. If I could just have a word with Councillor Ainslie, just on something, because the next item actually that comes up in the ordinary course is item 34.6, and I think this is one of a number that you're holding that has to do with a concern about open data. Am I right? And are those going to be fairly expeditious? I just wanted to get a feel, because we have about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, we have 3 or 4 of them that you're holding. I want to see if there's some efficient way we can deal with them so that we can just keep moving.
A motion that I've worked on with staff on the desegregated data item.
And is that what 34.6 response times and service levels? That's the same point, right?
No, sorry.
It's not. It's a different. You're holding that for a different reason?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought they were all being held for the same reason.
No.
All right. Well, then 34.6 is next. It does not have any deputations, so we'd go straight to questions.
Want me to? I have
You're
a couple that I can
holding
let-
that.
I have a couple I can let go now if you want.
You do? Okay, well, let's do that then. I'm always happy to get things off the agenda. Which ones?
So number 10.
34.10.
Supporting equity goals with disaggregated data. I have a motion or 2 motions that I worked out with staff.
Okay.
And I can let that one go.
All right, now, before we do that, was there anybody else, Councillor Ainsley was holding it? Any questions of staff? Otherwise, we can move to your motions.
Do they support the recommendations in the motion that the councillor worked out with staff? Because that doesn't mean they support the recommendations.
No, I understand completely, but I guess when we see it, we'll know. But that, so, do we have those motions available? 34.10.
So the first motion at the end, I'm basically asking that whatever we do, any data that's released in the future is done within the parameters of the Open Data Master Plan. And the second motion basically asks the work to be done in conjunction with the Chief Information Officer and to include the Chief Information Officer and the Chief Transformation Officer.
Okay, any questions of the mover? All right, anybody, do you want to say anything more? I mean, I think they look pretty straightforward.
I think pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah. Anybody else wishing to speak? Because otherwise we can first call on the question on motion number 1 to amend the recommendations on 34.6. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion number 2, moved by Councillor Ainsley on amending 34.6. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item is amended 34.6. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mayor Tory, number 14, replenishment for school land acquisition. Replenishment funding for school land acquisition. I can release that. I just have my questions answered.
Excellent. 34.10. So will you move then the staff recommendation on that?
Yes, I will.
All right. And is there any other speakers? Anything else besides that? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that was 14, and we did 10. So that was good progress, and we did 15. So that's good progress. All right. So to try and get back into order here, that I think brings us next to number 34.9. 9. 30. No, we did 6. I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Okay, 34.6 then would be next, and again, Councillor Ainsley, you were holding that.
Yes.
That's the response times and service levels for city.
Yep. So I held it. I had a motion that Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Troisi had some concerns, and they asked me to move a motion on their behalf, which I think the clerk has.
Clerk has that? Okay. Now, has this been circulated or not? Okay, because it looks quite long and people may...
Sorry, can I hold it down and have it?
Yeah, we'll hold
it down and have it
People can
circulated.
read that, and then hopefully it might be non-controversial when we get there, and we'll come back to that. Is that okay with you, Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, can I have it circulated?
Yeah, no, we should do that. It's exactly the point, so people can read it. So can we circulate that? Thank you. All right, then that does bring us to 34.9, I believe, right? 34.9, equity responsive budgeting, and we do have 2 deputants on that. Leila Saragani, Women's Habitat of Etobicoke. Is Ms. Saragani here? Okay, and then we had Emily Paradis. Is Ms. Paradis here? All right. They're not being here. We would move to questions of staff. Were there questions of staff on equity responsive budgeting? Okay, if I hear none, let me just go back to looking at the...
I'll move.
item here with...
Recommendations.
It's for, receive for information.
Yes, I'll,
Yeah, they were held down because of the deputations by me, so otherwise, the recommendation here was that the executive committee receive the report for information. And, may I have, ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. So that's 9. Let me just go back and just keep track here. So that brings us next then to 13, 34.13.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, we have Miguel spoke to me first thing this morning and said, could he get on early? And I said, well, there was a number of items that didn't because there was so many. So, Miguel,
This is early.
it's your lucky day. It's your lucky day, so we're going to go to that because it's the next item with deputations, and it's the City of Toronto's 34.20 Indigenous Cultural Competency Training, and Miguel Avila Velarde is here with us, and you're welcome. So, 3 minutes, sir.
With a picture of a motion that was made in March 19, 2014, with regards to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and their 94 recommendations. I believe that 10 of them apply at the municipal level. I am so happy that the City of Toronto implemented this land acknowledgement. And I'm so glad that during that time, there was no inconveniences by City Hall to add this to the ceremony, opening ceremony for City Council. But the problem lays within other commissions, board, and arenas. Currently, there are none. I can ask out of the blue, Councilor Bailao, if they do it at TCAC, and she will say no. If I ask anybody else here who sits in this table, in the rotunda, if they do this acknowledgement at their committees where they are chairs or sub-chairs. So my request is one of the difficult board members, one of the most difficult bodies of governance, I think, is the police board, where you sit, Mr. John Tory. So I would like to request, in view that we are celebrating the National Police Week, that this Thursday you will do the honor to recite this land acknowledgement to members of the Police Services Board as part of their education process. We must continue with this program that it was work in collaboration with the Aboriginal Affairs Office, which I still have no updates on who are the 5 members to be selected at this Aboriginal Affairs Office that's supposed to work in collaboration with the city manager. Peter Wallace, I believe, has been moved to Ottawa, and we have a replacement. So I'm concerned that the replacement of Peter Wallace will continue on with this commitment to establish the Aboriginal Affairs at City Hall. So Mayor Toria, it will be nice if you can provide me with an update as to how is the recruitment process going on to establish the Aboriginal Affairs Office. And I believe there is money in the budget for 2018 to make it possible. I only had 3 minutes, and I want to thank you, Mr. Tory, for the work you've done so far. Wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. And I'll just say that I was just going to look at a motion that I could put to just ask the city manager to report back on those places where a land acknowledgement is not presently made, and perhaps advise us about that and how we could go about seeing that that gets done. And I hear what you've said about the police board. I think it's later this week.
It's Thursday, yes.
And so I thank you very much for your deputation. I heard the message.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to see. I'll just complete that motion in 1 minute. Are there any questions of the deputant? All right. Just going to give this to the... Whoops. the number of this item is 34. 20? All right, so by approving this recommendation, we would be actually then going about doing what I had written down here, which is actually asking all of the bodies and agencies to do this. And so I think, Miguel, it accomplishes what you want, and that I guess we've made the request, and I think since there are bodies and agencies, they will comply with the request. And what we'll do is maybe see if maybe we could just add, if we could, that the city manager would report back to the executive committee in, say, the first quarter of 2019 on the progress that's been made on making sure it's done. City report back to the executive committee in first quarter of 2019 on compliance with this request. Sure, if you wish. Yeah. So while she does that, the clerk does that, would you like to ask a question of staff? It's a little unorthodox, but it's not a problem. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question for staff. I just want to understand, I guess, the technical or the mechanics of this. We're going to request all the Toronto agencies and corporations to require board members and staff. So I take it that means every person working for the agency to participate in City of Toronto's Indigenous Cultural Competency Training. So for instance, 1,000 workers at Toronto Hydro, would they have to come to City Hall to attend a session? Like, how do we foresee operationalizing this particular item? And can we actually do it?
Well, it depends, through you, Mayor. What we've done is we've developed Indigenous cultural competency curriculum that's applicable to the Toronto Public Service. So in principle, so what we're doing at the city is that we are using the procurement process to find vendors to deliver it for city staff. So presumably other agencies and corporations could also go through their procurement processes to hire vendors. And could we share a curriculum with them? Certainly. And I think that's what's envisioned. That would be practicable, yes. So as to how they roll out training to all of their staff at the different agencies and corporations, I couldn't speak to that.
So would I be correct in paraphrasing then? The key is that we're requesting the corporations and agencies and boards to develop cultural competency training, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the prescribed City of Toronto's Indigenous cultural competency training. It would be an adapted definition that is suitable for the organization. Would that be a correct paraphrase?
There are other training programs available, but I think that there is something to be said for the city's curriculum because it is specific to the municipal context. So yes, I think it would be best for them to have the option of, if there are other trainings that are more Indigenous cultural competency curriculums that are more applicable to perhaps a housing context, for instance. But the City of Toronto curriculum should be an option that's available. But you're correct about perhaps not mandating that it be ours.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I had Councillor Pasternak with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, are we requesting through this motion that the chair of these various agency boards and commission in their opening calling of the order include it in their opening statement? Is that what we're getting at here? Because it's not really clear.
It's through the Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
It would be the similar acknowledgement that our standing committee chairs do at the beginning of the meeting. It would be very similar to that.
And it would be mandatory on the chair of all of our agency boards and commissions to include this as...
To incorporate it as part of their opening of the opening part of the meeting.
And would we need a council change of the rules of order, or can this be done right here and now, or?
So what the request would be is council isn't directing, they're requesting the agencies and corporations to incorporate this, and we would communicate with the agencies and corporation, and through experience, they normally are more than willing to comply.
Now, I was at an event last year, and a Native leader came up to me and said that our opening statements are historically incorrect, Now, I'm not a historian, I wasn't going to debate it with him, but is there unanimity in the statements we're making at these committees?
There is unanimity in the statements that the city makes. Other organizations have different statements, and that's certainly something that we're open to and adapting as we get to make it as accurate as we can get it. So yes, the one that's used at council and at committee meetings at the city is what the city uses as a standard land acknowledgement.
And is that amendable over years, or would we ever consider amending it, or?
Yes. My understanding through you, Mayor, is that the land acknowledgement that we use was developed through consultation, but the city is certainly open to considering any new information that we have about what the land acknowledgement should include.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, and I don't know if you want. Oh, please, go ahead, Councillor.
So thank you very much. I think this is fabulous. This is here before us. It stemmed from a letter that I wrote way back in the day, and this is going, I think, a long ways to with our Truth and Reconciliation. And I would just encourage my councillor colleagues and that as we found out last staff council meeting, that we have started the Indigenous Cultural Competency Training for our councillors' offices and ourselves. So if you haven't signed up, please sign up for your staff. This is fantastic opportunity and education for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMahon. Are there any other speakers? I will just speak only to put formally on the record the motion that I've asked, that the clerk will put up on the screen here, that simply asks for a report back to the Executive Committee in Q1 2019 on the progress to achieve the two objectives, which is to have the land acknowledgement done at different city boards and agencies and so on. And just so we'll know how, really it goes along with Councillor Pasternak's questions about how we'll know that it's happened, and so we'll get a report back from the staff on that. So if there's no other comments or anything, I'll just ask first for the amendment that's in front of you here. All those in favor of the amendment? All those in favor of the, Miguel, you stay there long enough, you'll probably get a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor of the item as amended? In favor, carry. Opposed, carried. Thank you. Next item is, it's the the standards response 34.6. Isn't that what we're doing? Beg your pardon? Oh, all right. Then the next item that has deputations is 34.25, Election Accessibility Plan. And we have two deputants, Miroslav Glavich and Emily Daigle. So Miroslav Glavich, please. All right, Mr. Glavich, you're on. 3 minutes. Thank you very much. You know the rules.
Am I going to, you can hear me? Okay.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
I'm only going to focus on one little sentence, the first one. City Council requests City Clerk to use all reasonable efforts in election recruitment to achieve the goal of hiring number of persons with disabilities. Yes, you should. In my workplace, 49% or 48% around that is with people with disabilities. Yes, you should. People with disabilities have a harder time getting employment, and when you work for city elections, for the elections office, and you know, at the gym, when you check people's ID cards and all that stuff to vote, they get something. I worked with elections in Ontario for the past three elections. It's great, but the city clerk, when they hire people for the elections, should reflect the diversity of our city. It doesn't. You could hire Emily right here. Okay, you're wonderful. So please hire not just hiring a number of persons, try to get at least 30%, 40%, or higher, not just a tiny. For me, that seems like a tiny little number. The wording is, I don't like, the more the better, reflect our diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich, very much. Emily, your turn, 3 minutes. I'm sorry, I apologize. You're quite right. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, thank you, Emily. You're a good catch there. And now it's your turn. Thank you very much.
Well, councillors, I'd just like to say this. I am very proud of the fact that I've gotten to work the last election. I was the accessibility coordinator at Metro Hall for the poll. A huge job. I also did a couple of other jobs during the day because people either got tired or they were having problems or need to go on a break. We had a massive lineup. Accessibility issues were, yeah, there was quite a few. But I think the City of Toronto elections people are amazing human beings. I won't say any names because I know one of them and I can't remember the other lady's name who were amazing for me. I think that we should get in touch with different city agencies such as CNIB, Spinal Cord Injury Ontario, CILT, Abilities, Variety Village, different agencies that would be able to connect you guys to the very people who would really, really appreciate these jobs. I mean, it's for the most part less than $250, so it won't affect our ODSP. And for the big thing that I'd like to see is I'd like to see when they hire an accessibility coordinator or training staff that train people with disabilities and train others to help people with disabilities. The one thing I would like to see, and this is a dream, is that we could have accessible locations where people with disabilities feel welcome. The election staff do a very hard job, and I very much appreciate what they do, and I'd just like to thank Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon and other councillors, Councillor Shiner and Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pasternak, because their communities, people are empowered. Unfortunately, one of my favorite councillors isn't in the room, Councillor Crawford. He has Variety Village and many people with disabilities, and I think that people with disabilities, we are equal human beings. And when it comes to elections, the proportional rate of disabled people that don't vote because they don't think their voice matters is disturbingly high. And I think that having people at poll locations and working with Elections Toronto, much less Elections Canada and Elections Ontario, but having people that live with the disabilities and that know what the voters are dealing with and just want these people to be able to get out and vote. I think that's vital. I think Elections Toronto Elections should have won the Diversity Hiring Award and not TTC, because TTC, none of the red smocks are people in wheelchairs, and there's no designation of above ground and under the subway, like in the subway system, so we can't do the job, which there's some of us like me who know TTC like the back of our fingers. So Toronto Elections is where I love to work, and I dream of doing more of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Are there questions of the deputy? All right. Well, we thank you very much again for your patience in being here today and for both of your deputations. Are there questions of staff? All right. Are there anyone wishing to speak? Well, I will just speak and make a very short motion that I have. Did you? Oh, okay. My motion simply, if the clerk can put it up, it really just addresses the comment Mr. Glavich made, and the same point I think that Emily made as well, which is to put in the words "at a minimum" when it says to hire reflective of the representation of the general population, because I think we could probably do better than that. The clerk could, but I didn't want to pick a number. Mr. Glavich has suggested one, but if we said at a minimum, then it certainly suggests we're hoping that they could do better than just the percentage of the population that is represented by those with differing abilities. I think that goes along the way to talking about what Ms. Daigle was talking about as well. So that's all I had to say about that. I just think it's the kind of thing we can do that makes the difference you so very well described. So are there any other, Councilor Pastor?
Yeah, just very quickly, I just want to put on the radar screen a stronger emphasis for linguistic barriers that we experienced fairly substantially in the last couple of elections in Ward 10, where we have a fast-growing Russian-speaking community, a Filipino community, a growing Korean community, whose command of English is on the weaker side, and it impedes their ability to understand the processes for inside the polling station and the voting system. So we are asking that the city clerk come back to executive committee with their plan to address linguistic barriers, because barriers to voting and democracy are not just physical barriers, they can be language barriers and not understanding English.
Could I ask a question of the mover, which is simply that if you assume that you wanted this report before the election, that you didn't specify a time and that you might want to put in, I guess we have, what, 2 meetings left of this body, or maybe 3?
Yeah, I mean, I assume they have a plan in place, so coming back in June.
You said June. I just think it doesn't say that. And so
It doesn't, no, it does not. I should have had it say the next
meeting?
The next.
Next meeting of the executive committee?
That is a most friendly amendment, yes.
All right. All right. Are there any questions of the mover, or are there any other people wishing to speak on this? Questions of the mover? Any others wishing to speak? Councillor Shiner? This is a question of the mover? Yes. Right?
Mayor Tory, have you read the current policy?
Councillor Shiner, I'm not sure if you heard my remarks. The current policy was in place for the last couple of elections. It did not work in Ward 10. We had enormous problems in high concentrations of populations that did not have English as their mother tongue. Something was not working. So this is here to revisit
my question is it the policy or the way the policy was implemented? Because I had some voting sites where there weren't people that could speak the multiple languages that went in. It's not solely in one area. So instead of just a report which could reiterate this is our policy, is there issues with the policy that we could do better? And maybe it's one to just not have that report and ask the questions between now and council, and if there's, or deferred for the next meeting. And if there are ways to improve it. But sorry, my reason for my question is getting a report doesn't always answer the question and solve the problem.
No, but I've been here long enough that things work in stages. And the first thing to do is to look at the need to examine our existing policy, and then discussing and debating and looking to enhance it. That's the only point here. It wasn't to launch a debating society.
Could I just make a comment that relates to this, because it might help us move this along? The city manager, I think, has wisely suggested what we could do is have a report go to the city council accompanying this matter, so it can be dealt with instead of coming back here again.
Yes.
And so if you're amenable, Councillor Pasternak, since it was your motion, to sort of just changing it to say report directly to city council on, and I think Councillor Shiner is also right that what we're dealing with here is the practical implications of the policy, because clearly there are instances where it's not being complied with.
I had just asked staff that, and that is a good way forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can amend that accordingly.
We'll make that amendment,
Executive
and then hopefully
committee
we can
have them report back to city council.
Directly to city council.
Directly to city council.
So then can I speak for one moment?
Of course, of course.
So I just wanted to make a point that, the point that maybe debating it here did work. As my colleague was criticizing me for debating it here.
We have now.
That's the end of my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. We have the two amendments.
And
now.
yes, we launched a debating society on this side.
Motion one, is motion one mine or the one that I put? All right, so we have the two motions to amend this item. Motion number one, it puts in the words at a minimum, and I'll call a question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And motion number two, is it ready? Motion number two is what we were just discussing. Report directly to City Council on the linguistic barriers that might impede voters, so it's really a practical assessment. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we could just vary the proceedings and complete the actual agenda as opposed to break.
Oh.
Our customary break at 6 o'clock.
You know, it's funny, I asked I asked the clerk whether I had to do that, and then we got bogged down on that, and I should have done it before 6 o'clock, but I would entertain a motion to complete the agenda, and
That's the
I'd love
motion.
to put a time on that too, but we won't do that. But just complete the agenda, and I think we can do that fairly expeditiously. We have some people left to be heard. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
I wanted to debate that, but...
All right. So that then brings us next to, I guess, the next item with deputations is 34.28, Accessibility Advisory Committee on Sidewalk Cafes. Marcus Little, St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association. Mr. Little here? Mr. Marcus Little? All right, we were holding that only for the deputation. Were there any questions of staff? Any speakers? Otherwise, we can, would Councillor Thompson move the staff recommendation? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 34.29, that has now, Mr. Glavich has removed his name as a deputant on that, and so again, if there's, that was the reason it was being held by me, and so if there's no other questions of staff or comments, we can call the question then on the staff recommendation, it came from the Accessibility Committee. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Where did I put my sheet here now? 31.
I have held that. My questions have been answered.
This is 30, Wheel-Trans appeals process?
Yes.
So your questions have been answered, and you can withdraw the hold, and you move the recommendation?
Absolutely. Spoke to TTC
Councillor
staff.
Shiner will move the recommendation on 34.30. Any questions of staff? Any other right? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we go to 34.31?
Yeah.
34.31, amendments to the Municipal Code, Chapter 223, remuneration for council members. We had two deputies listed. Derek Moran. Derek Moran here? Ah, yes. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, in doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen. You know, Mayor Tory, what this item reminds me of is, again, Mayor Tory, I'm going to cite the Donovan Waters Law of Trust in Canada text. It says in it, another unintended development was the charity. And again, something else Professor Water points out in his trust text is Canadian municipalities might well succeed in attaining charity status under Goodman versus Saltash Corporation. The City of Toronto may very well be a charity. Interesting. Though you guys still charge people money for property taxes. Another unintended development was the charity, either of the operating or funding variety, which experienced very high administration costs, had commensurately less remaining of its donated income for expenditure upon furtherance of its charitable purposes. Usually it would be found that a group of related persons or persons at non-arm's length were employed in executive positions at high salaries and other benefits. For instance, the charity invested by way of low-interest loans to members of the group. In other words, the real purpose of the charity appeared to be the advancement of the lifestyle of its senior employees and its board members rather than its proclaimed objects. Take notice, Mayor Tory, in your pledge signed code of conduct, it says, I will respect and defend our laws, not break them. I will act with the highest degree of integrity, honesty, and professionalism that public office demands. In short, I will respect the law. Now, at City Council a while back, there was an item, something about statutory holidays dealing with pre-prepared meals or something like that. So, and one of you asked a question of City Solicitor Wendy Wahlberg, and her response was basically, well, we got to do this because that's what the court told us to do. So take notice. In Wiley versus Larch, 2015, the Superior Court of Ontario said, Corbett J. distinguished between severance pay and working notice or pay in lieu of notice in Maddox versus Smith & Stone, 1982, Incorporated in 1990. He observed, the nature and purpose of severance pay is similar to the nature and purpose of common law damages for failure to give reasonable notice of termination of employment. The triggering event is the same, namely termination of employment. Severance pay cushions economic hardship and provides some compensation for loss of employment, While this payment is made whether or not the employee gets another job, the legislature has recognized that the termination of employment generally results in economic upset. Both termination and severance pay are intended to cushion the economic dislocation of the employee. This is not a case of termination in regards to this item.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your deputation. It's the first time I've seen the cover of Donovan Waters since second year law school. Maybe once in a while in practice, but I thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And I do not consent to Councillor Thompson's publicity stunt that he pulled this morning. My freedom of expression is being violated today regarding item number 32, which I was also signed up to speak on. I do not consent to that also.
Well, we could say that it would have been a waste of the disrespectful of the public's time if we knew that we were going to defer the matter. But anyway, having said all that, thank you.
You should have allowed us to speak on it, and then you could have voted on it
the
way you guys did.
Thank you very much. Now, we did have Mr. Glavich.
Just on a point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson.
So the speaker mentioned a publicity stunt. I actually dealt with this matter. It appears that, folks have been berating Scarborough about the opportunity in terms of transit. And it seems to me that the motion itself seems to suggest malfeasance from staff as well as impugn their integrity. And no matter what anyone will say, I will defend the right of our professional staff to provide us with information, which they have done. And so you may not like it, and you may want to sort of, if you will, bring forward motions that would suggest that this matter dealing with the extension of the Bloor Danforth subway into Scarborough was anywhere near what is the Bellamy inquiry is such a stretch. And I find it so unfortunate that we would stoop to this level to be in opposition to a matter and bring these type of what I call disrepute to the process and the integrity of our staff. I'll defend that any time. I don't know why you call these sort of things a publicity stunt. Quite frankly, I have no interest in that, but I'm interested in defending what I believe are my constituents' right to have better transit, and I'll defend that any day.
And the right of our public servants to
Absolutely.
give advice without... he just had a point of order that he made. So, thank you very much. Thank you. You've had your turn to speak. We appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Glavich, we're ready to hear your deputation on this item to do with the remuneration for council members.
Is he finished? All right. Some of you are not going to like me in about 5 seconds, so. Where's Councillor Burnside? I find it very offensive. The intent of severance is essentially for you guys when you people when you retire and look for a new job. I, as a taxpayer, shouldn't have to pay you any severance or anything for you to look for another job. Most people around the city, when they lose their job or when they get fired or for whatever reason their employment terminates, they don't have severance to pay their bills while they look for a new job. I remember 6-7 years ago when I started deputing, you guys were making $99,000. Now you're making $110,000. You can take all that extra pay raise you guys gave yourselves and put it in the same bank, because most of us can't do that in our jobs. This is slightly disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? All right. Thank you, Mr. Glavich. Are there any on this matter? We're holding it for the deputations. Are there any questions of staff? Are there any members wishing to make a comment? All right. That having been said, then we will just move to the question, and I'll ask Councillor Robinson will move the staff recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Then we have 2 items left to deal with. One is 34.6, which we were holding down because this amendment here, this motion was circulated by Councillor Ainsley. So you've had time to read it, I assume. And then, just so you know, the other one we have to deal with is 34.13, also being held by Councillor Ainsley on the home dialysis water rebate program. So let's just deal with them in order. of the agenda, 34.6. Councillor Ainsley, you held this down. The first thing I'll ask is if there are any questions of staff. Okay, then the speakers, Councillor Ainsley, over to you, sir.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor Tory. So I'm putting this motion forward. It has been circulated. This has been put forward on behalf of Councillor Choisy and Councillor Wong Tam, whose wards in the downtown area have a number of different business improvement areas that have concerns over the work that's being done by city staff and the timelines and parameters, and the BIAs are saying they in fact are doing work and paying for work that they think should be done by city staff. So I put this forward. I have had consultations with staff, and I understand Councillor Crawford is going to be moving a motion to have this put forward to the 2019 budget process.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Deputy Mayor Holliday wanted to ask, did you want a question or did you want to make a speech? Well, all right, we'll do that first and then you're going to make a...
Thank you, Mr. So I'm just going to be moving a motion that the item together with Councillor Ainsley's motion be referred to staff for consideration as part of the 2019 budget process.
All right. I just wanted to check.
Anyway, just very quickly, doing service level changes and reviews, this is not the place to be doing that. If we support this and it goes off to council, we're going to get another 30 to 40 more requests. So we just need to put it in the proper direction, which is budget process for 2019. So I'm referring the whole item plus that.
Thank you very much. And then we'll deal with that in order when the time comes, but we had Councillor Holliday wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would concur with the notion of Councillor Crawford that I can come up with questions I can have for service levels in Ward 3, and I'm not interested in this anyway, and I don't support this amendment, and I will support a referral if that indeed does carry. Thank you.
All right. Any other people wishing to speak or ask questions of the mover? Okay. If not, then I think in order we deal with the referral motion first. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the referral to the Budget Committee, budget process? Opposed? Carried. And I think that renders the second one redundant, and it will go off to the Budget Committee for their disposition. So that then brings us to item EX 34.13, the home dialysis water rebate program, and that was being held down by Councillor Ainsley.
Yes, I don't have any questions of staff. I have a motion that an amendment I'm moving.
All right.
So the amendment I'm moving is Toronto City Council requests Toronto Hydro to implement an electricity rebate program to support residents of the City of Toronto who participate in the home dialysis program. So what's before us currently is we're asking for a rebate system to be put in place by our water department for home dialysis. There's two key components to it. There's the residents have, there's a water cost, there's an electricity cost. So the electricity cost generally is about 12 to 15% of their water cost. If you look at so this is a program that's been downloaded on municipalities by provinces right across the country. On one level, I was going to ask that the province should be asked to reimburse the city for the cost. If you look, some of the research I've done for home dialysis, if it was done in a hospital, in a provincially run hospital, when you take into account all the staffing, operating, and budget costs, it's about $30,000 per person annually. That's been downloaded on us, so I don't think we're going to get anywhere with that, but I think that if we're going to do a water rebate program, I think we should be asking Toronto Hydro to implement a rebate system for the electricity portion.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. I had some questions too. You go ahead, Councillor Robertson.
Well, you could too, but did you pre-circulate this motion? Because I didn't see this coming at all.
No, I haven't.
Okay. I guess I just don't know how I can vote on this. I don't understand the implications. Toronto Hydro is a separate body. You're saying actually to implement versus consider or review.
I said request.
Well, request Toronto Hydro to implement, so it's a bit of wordsmithing there, but I can't support this until I understand the implications of it in a more detailed fashion.
Questions of the mover I had was sort of a similar question, but just like to ask you if I could. Do you have, you mentioned a number, I think, of 12, that the hydro costs associated with dialysis treatment done at home is about 12% or 15% of the water cost?
Yes.
We know the water cost in here. And where did those numbers come from? Did you get that from hydro or from?
No, I had, so when this came forward, I had all 5 of my residents that get home dialysis, that they came forward. I do a lot of work with the local hospital, so people came forward to me and said that, you know, this is great that we're doing a water rebate, but the other issue for them is the cost of electricity.
So I just was wondering, consistent with what Councillor Robinson said, whether you would consider, and this is a question, you know, I think what you're saying is entirely consistent, first of all, and secondly, there is no question but that the province saves a lot of money, or I mean, they save the cost of the electricity to them because the people are not in the hospital. It saves untold other amounts of healthcare expenditures by those people not having to be in the hospital at all and have the facilities and whatnot. But I think everybody would feel more comfortable if somehow, without bogging this down into long periods of time where there are more studies come back, that you could ask them to advise us or some such thing that would tell us the parameters, because I think what Councillor Robinson is saying is that we just don't know anything about what we're asking them to do here.
I'm fine to take any amendments on this, if
Councillor Robinson?
Whatever makes people comfortable with.
Councillor Robinson, I'm just saying maybe that the Councillor Ainsley seems to be amenable to asking the Hydro Board to give us the parameters or give it to themselves. I mean, like, in other words, but I think you're like me. I don't know how much this is. We hear Councillor Ainsley saying there's a bit of an anecdotal collection of evidence that says it's 12 to 15%, but we don't know.
I don't know. Councillor Pasternak had a good question.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you've given any consideration to other people who have medical challenges who are using an exponential portion of electricity for medical equipment or medical treatment. Is this fair?
I don't know, we're talking about home dialysis. This is the parameters of what I brought it forward under and what my residents brought it forward under.
Well, why don't we get more information?
I just, because I think there's a consistency to this, given that we are dealing with water, and I'm not presuming whether people will vote to approve this, but it's a consistency. Did you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Holiday?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ainsley, I wondered if it would be considered a friendly amendment to suggest that City Council request the province to establish an electricity rebate program to support citizens who participate in the home dialysis program. And I would just simply ask that because I have no idea what the regulatory concerns may be of this type of a program, but the province has various rebates programs for all sorts of things, and if we ask them to do it, it may be something that they can navigate. I don't know, just a thought.
I'm Councillor Holiday, they won't do it for water. I don't think they would do it for electricity.
All right.
Mayor Tory.
You know, just on the previous question, I'd just say that, just one second, that hydro is the wrong place to ask about dialysis patients because they won't know how many there are or how much electricity they use. You'd have to get more complete information than your sample of 5, which is a good indicator, I suppose. I'm just trying to think of the right way we can do this so we don't send it off for a useless inquiry to Toronto Hydro who wouldn't know. I mean, because they don't know who the people are that have home dialysis. So it just...
We have the estimated numbers in the report on water.
On water,
we using water, right?
Where we got those from, I guess. All right. Councillor Shiner, did you have...
I'm trying to understand here what the additional electrical cost is, because if it's citywide, 61,000 for water to 191, we're talking about $9,000 citywide in rebates?
For hydro. Or for hydro.
Hydro.
Given that he said 12.
Is that about the amount it is citywide?
So the people that came to me, they said that on average, if they're doing 8 hours of dialysis according to the schedule, they spend $90 a month on water, and they spend about $10 to $15 a month on electricity.
So do you think that we could actually run a program that would cost less than what the actual rebates are for everyone in the city that would ask it because of the cost of putting together a program and running it with an application, a verification, a rebate program, the staffing that's required for
Valid question.
For, you're talking $6,000 citywide, you're talking $10 a month for someone? Do you think that's really a rebate program we should get into and set it up? You think that's a good use of Toronto Hydro's money, because everybody else is going to have to pay for the staffing to operate a rebate program and the rebate? I mean, I understand the thought, but you think that's...
I think it's a good idea, Councillor Shiner, or I
No, I
wouldn't
think
have put
it's
it forward.
a good use of money, knowing that the most they get is $60 a year, that we're going to put a rebate program in for that and run it.
It may well be, Councillor Shiner, I'm trying to just, bring this to some conclusion, because I think your points are also valid, that maybe we could go back to the original motion, which requested the Toronto Hydro, maybe not to implement, but to consider and advise on, and they will cover off. The question you just raised, for example, is whether it's even, how do we even find out who these people are that have, it would have to be a self-declaration, or you'd have to get the data from the province or the hospitals. But if you said
Territory, we know from the water department who they are. It's 100, if it's on the high end, you're being charged $15 a month or $170 a year for electricity.
And don't get me wrong, Councillor, subject to the point that was made earlier of other people who might have one of those, those things you have overnight if you have sleep apnea, that would cost a lot of electricity because it's on for 12 hours every single night. And so you have to sort of ask about that, but I'm not concerned with that. If we wanted to just ask about this and ask them to advise us, it's more on Councillor Shiner's point about how well you could implement it. I sort of think maybe the suggestion made about the province that they could just put down one of those credits that people get, now for their expenses and say you could include this. But having said all that, we could ask the Board of Hydro, I think of which you're a member, and ask them to tell us, could they do this, given the list that we obviously must have to do the water thing? I just wonder if you made that small change.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Consider and advise on electricity. They've already changed it. You consider that a friendly amendment? And I think we would have some support for that. Your point still stands, but we may as well look at it and see what they say. If they say they could do it with a flip of a switch and just make a change to people's bills, then it costs them nothing.
Will it come back here?
That's a good question. It has to come somewhere. So it may as well come here. So why don't we just then ask it to report back to there should be no reason why it can't come back here in time for our, say, July meeting. It just, so.
I'll speak after.
All right, so we have that motion which has been changed, and so let's have speakers on all those matters. We've had questions to the mover. Speakers, Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, I'm sympathetic to everyone who might be in need and understand how even $15 a month could be a substantial amount to those that don't have. But if we're going to start going down the road of offering rebate programs, I think we have to know a little bit more about, and a lot more about, what their costs are and a fairness in the system as to who's getting rebates, because rebates are not free. For one person to get a rebate, someone else has to pay for it at an increased rate, because Toronto Hydro doesn't generate electricity, they purchase electricity. And they purchase it and then resell it. So I can't support this in any way. I don't think the amount is that great, and if there was going to be a consideration of the cost of home medication for people and those expenses on them, I think that that's something that should be province-wide in an area like this, not just something that should be for the city alone, where I can guarantee you that the cost of studying it will probably be more than the cost of doing it, and the cost of doing it will be more than the cost of the rebate. So while the thought is, appreciated for those in the request that was there, we can't fulfill the cost of everyone that asked, because 5 people that are on dialysis said, if you're going to do water, how about doing hydro, which is 10% of the cost. I think we're doing a lot by asking for everyone else in the system to pay for the water. It's a couple of $100,000 a year. I think asking for a rebate program within the hydro system, when we buy the hydro from someone else anyways, we don't make it, I think is beyond what we should be doing. So unfortunately, in this method, I can't do it. If the council comes back with something to look at, something province-wide with some facts and statistics behind it that we can vote with, that show us what the costs are and the hardship that people are having, then I would be sympathetic and support that.
Wishing to speak to this? I think we're probably ready to put the question on the motion and then the item as amended or not. First is the amendment moved by Councillor Ainslie as friendly amended. And I'll ask for the question on that. All those in favour of Councillor Ainslie's recorded vote?
All those in favor of motion 1 by Councillor Ainslie?
This is the amendment to ask Hydro to look at this.
Councillor Ainslie, Councillor Balau, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Mayor Tory. All those opposed? Councillor Crawford, Deputy Mayor Holliday, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Motion loses
5 to 6. Yeah.
5 to 6.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion 6 to 5. Yeah, 5 to 6. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, is there any other business that we need to transact today? I think that. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the item as not amended.
Yes.
The item as not amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any other business for today? Well, thank you all very much. I'm glad we got through as a long agenda and we had lots of discussion on some of the bigger items. Appreciate it. Thanks to our staff as well, all of our city staff and the clerk staff. Appreciate it.